one. Let's hope it's the right one. I hope it's the right one. Okay. I should load up.
Have you streamed yet?
I think I'm streaming. Gotta load up Firefox.
Are you gonna stream on?
Oh yeah, 13 seconds ago it went up.
Okay. This is yeah. This is a terrible time to not have access to Twitter right now.
Wait, are you on Twitch?
I think it's on my second channel, right?
Second
Yeah.
channel?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the looking.
Oh,
Okay.
That makes sense because streaming is kind of dog shit for your channel.
Yeah. Yeah, it's on the second channel, dude.
All right.
Okay.
I'll app people for you.
Okay. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah. Okay, I don't have a way to. Okay, so let me.
I don't think they can hear your audio because I think I'm hearing myself through your headphones.
They can't hear my audio. Okay. Okay. Advanced audio properties. Oh wait. Yeah, I have through USB video. Okay. All right. Okay, so hopefully I show up on the audio now.
I'm listening. I'm waiting.
I'm going to say testing. And then I should. Dude, where's the lights? There are no. Okay. My Nico Doga lines are not appearing here, but
Nico.
yeah.
N-word.
Yeah, so Gil, do you have access to my YouTube channel? I think you do.
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
I think you moderated me, but I don't think you gave me access. I think you only gave Roger access.
Okay. Well, I'll just add you. Let me load up the brand account. I was gonna be all like, can you make a community post? I don't have access.
Sure.
Google brand account. All right. Manage my Google brand. Me loading it. Richard, do you want access to my Google brand account?
What am I gonna do with access to your Google brand account?
I don't know. You get to post as me, incriminate me in case if we have a falling out.
I'm gonna comment on like a video and be like, "Damn, that kind of sucks."
It sucks. It's slur. How do I add people? Okay. How do I add people? Okay.
Add. So you need your
Pause and select. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Manage permissions. All right. And I gotta get your email.
my email.
Yes. Like whatever you're gonna like log in with.
Which email skill is here attached to? I think it's attached to. It's attached to a email I don't really use. There you go.
Okay. Oh, go to my settings app. Go to Google. Okay. I'm at the Google.
I don't think I can hear myself in the stream, but I can hear myself barely.
Okay.
So I don't think it's displaying the audio, or maybe your audio for us is super low. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I think I know what's wrong. I think it's like -10 on the stream for like the audio. I think it's because like last time,
it kind of sounded like it was coming from the earbuds because how low it was.
Last time somebody was way too loud.
Oh, okay.
Somebody was way too loud. Probably Sam. Sam sounds like the kind of person who'd be way too loud.
If you're drinking, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, manage my Google account. How? Okay, so next. Let me. Okay, give me 1 second. I have to add you. Oh, I have to add you. Okay. Okay. Google. This is me. All right. And then I have to tap manage. Where do I manage my Google account? I'm so stumped. I'm so stumped right now. Okay. And then I go to Google Brands. Okay, let's go to Google Brands. How did I? Okay. Okay. Add my no, not Android. Okay, brand accounts. Okay, I got it. I got it. I got it.
Got it?
Yeah. Okay, manage permissions. All right, let me in. Okay, I think I got it. Bubble. Yeah. That's me. All right. So then, okay. So manage permissions, and then I have to add you. So what is your? Wow, I have so many people on my Google brands. If I have any sort of like OPSEC problem, I'm gonna have no idea who likes.
There's no OPSEC.
There's too many people on my Google. This YouTube account is way too compromised. All right. And then I gotta say manager. All right, there we go.
Do I stay logged in my account or do I log into yours?
You should be able to like log into your account on YouTube and then like access my account. Like it should just show up as like one of the accounts that like you manage. You should get an email or something.
Oh, okay.
Man, dude, you should have seen it the time. Oh my god, the Reddit app looks horrible. You should have seen it the time that I invited Melancholy to manage the account, and Melancholy was just like,
There we go.
Melancholy was just like, yeah, sure, no problem. All right, so just send it to the email here. I was like, all right, and he's just like, wait, give me a second. This might have been hacked. I was like, why did you send it to me first? I was like, come. He's like, all right, give me a couple days.
Yeah, I can access it now.
Okay, yeah. So now that
I am deposit select.
Yeah. So yeah, if you could just post the community post, it'd be all like I'm streaming on the second channel. You know what? Might as well answer the Patreon questions here. I think I had some Patreon questions to answer.
That's
So,
true.
oh my lord, got so many emails. Okay. Okay, Patreon. Okay. Let's take a look at the Patreon questions. Patreon questions. All right. So the first one is it's from you. It's from you, Gil. All right. What will you get canceled for? Most definitely that Photoshop.
Oh, yeah. That's true, yeah. Oh, that's so true. Yeah, the fact that your supervisor saw it.
Most definitely that Photoshop. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna get canceled for. Yeah. Okay, next one by Sam. Top 3 SMT Persona Demon waifus. I say the first one is like Ishtar, probably. And
All right, I comments. I did a community post. I hope you like it.
I don't know who the next one is. Floros? No, Floros is not a demon waifu. Floros is just like he's like a guy with smokestacks in a jaguar print. Let's go with Floros. I don't know. Ishtar, Floros, and let's go with Kaguya because she looks like an astronaut.
Base? Wait, what does Ishtar look like in SMT? I know what she looks like in Fate. Sheesh, that's what she looks like. Okay.
Okay. And Nick says, okay, that's a movie review. The Indian in the Cupboard. Okay, hell yeah, I'm gonna get that. I'm gonna get that. That's sick. That's sick. It's engagement. Okay, where's the? I know you left a question here, but I don't know where you left the question. That monitor arm looks so sad holding nothing. Okay.
Was that the Patreon question?
I think he has a different one.
Because that's not even a question. That's just a statement.
Yeah, that's just a statement. Yeah.
Nick, what was your question? I see you in the
that
chat.
Monitor arm looks so sad holding nothing. I suck at questions. Yeah. Functionally horrible.
Nick, what was your question? I know you sent something, I think, but all I see is the Indian movie Indian in the Cupboard review. That was a question? Go review this movie? What?
I think the question was just a statement about
the monitor arm was so sad.
Yeah.
I thought you left another comment saying that, like, no, wait, I have a real question now. Or did I just forget? Am I losing my mind? Did I just, like, not? Okay. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, we did it. It's, the question was an observation. Okay. Wait, what was the sad monitor arm? Was it like my monitor arms? Oh, I just imagined that. Oh my god. Okay. I just paradolia a Patreon question.
I don't remember anything. Any monitor arm. Is that in the video?
Being gaslit in real time.
Yeah. That feels like gaslighting. Is he gaslight gatekeep girl bossing you right now?
I might be getting gaslit. But you know what? That's life. Behind your head in the video.
Okay. I meant to actually mention this to you, Joe, but until the video,
yeah,
I legitimately thought that hat was just an Amazon hat.
Oh, this hat?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a Junpei hat.
You said it was like an Amazon hat once, and I just rolled with that in my memory.
No, I might have said that I got it from Amazon, which I did.
Got it from Amazon. Yeah. I think
I think you might have filled in the blanks.
Merch was. I thought it was like I didn't understand how it was an Amazon because that's not the Amazon logo. But I was like, "All right, cool, Amazon."
Amazon hat. Yeah, no, it's Junpei's hat from Persona.
That hat is older than the channel.
Yes. It is a very old hat.
Very old hat.
This hat is super old. I have to work on restoring it.
Is it older than the pause and select name?
I think so, yeah. I got this when Persona 3 Portable first came out.
Sheesh.
I don't have a single intelligent thought to contribute, but I'm happy to be here. Hey, Samuel.
Okay, I see what he's talking about because I loaded the video up. Yeah, it just looks like an empty monitor. Like looks like you kind of removed it, so you can see kind of like a photo collage behind your head.
Oh, okay.
In the shot.
Gotcha. Well, I think if I go to YouTube reaction with window. I can pull up.
Okay, bro. I went to your studio out of curiosity. And
Yeah.
that's fucking nuts. That the second top video in the last 48 hours is the fucking Jinro video.
It's the Jinro video. It's always the Jinro video.
Oh god,
Dude, there's no way. I can't get past the Jinro video, dude. I can't beat that Jinro video. It's not possible.
You just create views like that. What the fuck?
I think what happens is that like it's heavily recommended alongside one of the, I think what happens is that like it's heavily recommended with like I looked at like the other videos that it gets recommended with, and it's always like clips from the movie. So like people watch the movie clips and they're just like, dude, this anime sick, and then they watch my video. They're just like, all right, what is this anime actually about? And then they watch my video and they're just like, this sucks, but you know what, they watched it. You know, they watched the video. Got him.
Yeah.
I gotta get the. How do I get the link here? The link to the
stream.
Yeah, how do I get the link to the stream? I gotta get the.
Well, I sent it in the in 4P chat. In the 4
Oh no, the text chat.
Oh, that.
Okay, let me go to you.
Pop out chat link.
Yeah. If you
here
pop
you
it out, I think, yeah. I gotta get it so I can put it on the stream. Okay, thank you. And then, okay, what element is that? Okay, that's the text chat.
It's crazy because it's not like I didn't believe you, but like seeing that in like person, almost like seeing like from my perspective, like going to it and immediately it's just second video in the last 2 days. Morality and Jinro's inner text.
Dude, now you know how depressing these channel statistics are, dude.
Oh.
Dude, now you know how rough it is.
True.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, okay. To be fair, this is still better than my statistics because I don't have 40,000 subs.
Well, let's take a look and see. Oh
my
yeah.
best performing video is 9,000 views. So
classic.
Well, besides the SVU ship post that has 140,000 views right now.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm gonna share YouTube here, so that way you guys aren't behind.
Okay.
I'm gonna load up the comments. What? Watch what?
We're gonna watch that 11,000-pound Cybertruck video.
Oh hell yeah!
Winter towing.
Why does Jerry Riggs everything look so angular in that thumbnail?
Oh, that's Jerry Rig everything.
Oh,
shit! I didn't even recognize him.
He looks like a cyberpunk NPC.
I think it's because the truck looks like a fake thing.
Okay.
The truck looks like an asset that he edited in. Honestly,
it really does look like he's been edited in. It does not look like It does not look like that truck is there.
It also doesn't help that it's snow.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like the snow has like there's a texture, but there's no color variant.
Okay, yeah.
So it kind of looks like a fucking like a texture he got off Google. It just looks like a fake like thumbnail, yeah.
All right, so this is okay. So as you can see here, these are the recommended search predictions for associated with me. Isekai.
So true.
Evangelion. Yeah, Evangelion. Okay, that's not related to me. That's just the game mode.
That's a.
And
what you're referencing in the channel name.
Yeah, and then Akira. Yeah. So I think I responded to all the comments that I have so far. Oh hell yeah, dude! 8.2 baby.
Go.
Let me see here. 8.2. We're getting there. We're slowly getting there.
We're gonna look at new comments in real time.
Hell yeah. New comments. I think I got to all of them though.
I think you're right because I'm looking at your studio right now, and the latest comments that you haven't responded to are from different videos. So
yeah.
you probably got to all of them on here.
I never look at I never look at comments on my old videos, even if they're new
That's
ones,
fair.
because it's
That's
always
fair,
like
yeah.
it's just like a mental health thing. It's just like there's no way I would be able to make content if I read if I read the latest comment about thing.
Yeah.
Zapwires, bad video. All right, who does Zapwires watch? I need to know. I need to get a good idea of who Zapwires likes. Is his subscriptions private? Watch these. Super Gaming Bros. Some Call Me Johnny. Brain Scratch Commentaries. Okay. Chugga Conroy. Uh-oh.
Conroy.
Uh-oh. Look, all right.
So,
you know what?
dude,
I'm on the
hearing
right
Chugga
side of
Conroy-
history, boy.
Dude, I'm telling you, seeing that thing come out, Chugga Conroy, I'm like, fuck, never meet your heroes. I watched Chugga Conroy when I was like 9.
The Chugga Conroy.
And this motherfucker creeping on women's feet.
Dude, I can't believe it.
God damn it.
Weird video games that plays. I think this is just like general.
This is like, yeah.
This is like
just
general
gaming
YouTube
stuff.
comment stuff, you know?
Vinny
Yeah.
Vsauce.
Yeah. Okay.
I
I
think
understand.
Like 25% of these people have allegations against him.
I understand why this guy does not like my video. Okay. This is why it's helpful to like look at their subscribe feed, because like, you know, if somebody says bad video and then you look at their subscribe feed and they're all like, you know, just like general goofer gaming content, and it's just like, oh, okay, well, you know, my video is not the video that he wants. Simple as that.
Yeah, absolutely. Makes sense.
How does Monopoly relate to Persona 4? Okay. Me 90.
I always wonder though when people comment
He's
comments like bad video, right? Because bad video is not criticism, right?
Mhm.
It's a negative comment, but it's not a critical comment in any way, right? Like it's not telling you, it's not giving you any insight in how your video is perceived, like and how the video is like functionally. So
Mm.
it's not a critical comment. So he's not critiquing you, but he's also like technically helping you by commenting.
Yeah, I'm not totally sure,
So-
but you know,
so-
that's
I'm
yeah.
not sure his comment does either of the thing, like anything he wants it to do.
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
like the only technical thing they could do is maybe hurt your feelings, but
yeah, I guess so. I guess that's the thing. Just telling me that my video's bad.
because it doesn't critique you. Like it's not gonna make you like make different videos or anything because it's not critical. Like there's nothing you can work off of there. There's no framework.
Yeah, if it was okay, Gil's really quiet. Okay.
The quiet
Uh,
lure.
Audio.
Yeah, like, it's not substantive. It's an offer or anything. Like at least if someone calls you like, you know, you goddamn commie or something, at least you can work with that.
Right. I mean, that's at least a thing. There's something in it. Like, okay, he doesn't like the leftist part of this video. All right, let's go.
All right. I'm going to put Gil at 10 decibels and let's see if he is too loud.
Yeah, I'm Ben 10. Ben 10 decibels.
You know, let's see if he's too loud or whatnot.
Woo!
Okay. So let me see here. I think that's always something to like keep in mind, right? Because like you can always feel like you can always feel.
Is that dig cover? I'm really happy you got to comment that quickly on it.
Yeah.
Someone was like, "Wait a minute."
Something's wrong.
Yeah, it's like an hour into the video.
Oh, hey.
Dig cover.
Dude, it's Nick. Bro, I wasn't ready for that day off.
Dude, I was laughing my ass off when you had me make that. Because hearing Dagoff say that complicated fucking sentence is so funny. Because no one's gonna make that video. Like no one's gonna make like Dagoff reads this quote, you know.
Yeah, it's hey, it all worked out.
All worked out. It sounded pretty
Uh
good too.
yeah. Oh yeah, that sounds great. Um yeah, it's crazy cuz like I would say like 95% of the comments are like positive and then the other 5% are like neutral. Um
That's fair. I mean, honestly, if you say something like bad video, like that's also another thing about this video that's kind of interesting versus some other videos of yours. Because if you looked at like a video, like I don't know, let's just say the Son of Bistal one, right? Like
mhm.
that video is like short. Like it's short enough, right? You could watch
Mhm.
it, right?
Yeah.
You could hate watch a 20-minute video. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, can you? Are you gonna hate watch a 2 hour long video? I mean, you could, but like I feel like the people who are going to do that are going to, drop off pretty quickly, right? So I'm wondering, like, did Zapwires watch like 13 minutes of the video and then stopped watching and commented?
Yeah, I think that's what most people are like, right? Like most people will watch like some of it. They won't watch all of it, but like they'll watch until they hit like the breaking point, and then they just like leave the comment, right? Um,
Right.
I think yeah. So I
Like,
think like
Zapwires did not, you know.
he's just like bad video. Um, I think me 99010 also has like a similar sort of thing because like he's asking me how does Monopoly relate to Persona 4. Well, the answer is like, well, not directly. It doesn't relate to it directly. Monopoly is an example of how like a multiplayer game can have a procedural argument completely within the confines of the theoretical frameworks we've set out.
Yeah.
So if Monopoly can do it, why can't we do it with a lot of other multiplayer games? How come we only focus on like players, or like how come we only focus on like technical how to get good at video game strategies? Because like when you talk about multiplayer, because like that's the thing about like gaming YouTube that I think a lot of people don't really like keep in mind, which is that like most gaming analysis, like analysis of games as like an intellectual artifact, most of them is single player. Like most
Right.
people don't really keep in mind on that. Like most games out there.
Those are the games that are talked about, yeah, critically.
Yeah. And
It's
even
like,
with
oh,
games
I'm
that
talking about Dark Souls, or I'm talking about, Hollow Knight, or I'm talking about
yeah.
Nier
So like
Automata.
Dark Souls is a really good example because Dark Souls has a multiplayer facet,
Yeah.
but nobody analyzes Dark Souls as an intellectual or as an aesthetic machine on its multiplayer. You know, every
Yeah.
multiplayer Dark Souls analysis literally boils down to its metagame. You know, how to get good, what builds are good, who are the good players, all that kind of stuff, right? Um, so it's one of those things where it can look like at a glance like, oh, you just can't use the sort of the analysis strategies that you do for single player that you do with multiplayer. But the reason why I use Monopoly is Monopoly kind of throws a wrench into that assumption because no, you actually can. Like Monopoly only exists or only works because of how its multiplayer works. Um, but it's the exact same. So it's one of those like weird examples where it's just like it throws a wrench into assumptions that we have because like you just think about it, who actually makes a multiplayer analysis of The Last of Us, right? All of these videos about The Last of Us, but not a single one has actually talked about its multiplayer, which it has,
Right.
but nobody talks
Well,
about it. Um,
and outside of like I guess a dissemination of the I guess proper kind of like theoretical framework to discuss it, broadly speaking. Obviously,
Oh, I cut out.
studies might have it. Um, do you think it might? Do you think perhaps is related to the idea that like multiplayer is something that's effectively tacked on, and so it's basically removed from that single player narrative perspective?
I think a
That's
lot
kind
of
of
it is
the
right.
assumption.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is. I think a lot of it is because of that, right? Like multiplayer, like so one example that I really want to talk about is Mass Effect. Mass Effect has a multiplayer mode. The multiplayer mode is very clearly like an imposition from EA to be all like, you guys gotta have multiplayer. And so a lot of multiplayer is like tacked on, but like you can even see that in games where like even when multiplayer is like a critical component, right? It's kind of, it leans in one of two ways. Um, like who are the people playing it, or like how to like get good. And so like that's why I use the example of fighting games, because fighting games are really weird. Because fighting games are like very multiplayer oriented. So the question becomes like, okay, how do you actually analyze like a multiplayer game like you would analyze a single player game? And
Which makes
the
sense. Yeah.
yeah, the knee jerk reaction would be, well, maybe it's not possible. It's so rare, maybe it's not possible. But Monopoly kind of throws a wrench into that, saying like, well, actually, no, it's very much possible. We're just not doing it. But the question is, why not? And so some of these issues are interesting.
Richard might be too quiet because Richard's already kind of quiet on Discord for me.
Okay, so I'll up Richard, I'll lower you, and then I'll up the decibels.
How does that sound? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, you're a little louder for me.
Okay,
on Discord,
yeah, you're a little louder now.
Okay. Can't hear me, huh?
Okay, I'll put you at 15. Richard, say something, and then chat verify.
Is that any better? Anything? Oh no. Oh,
a little
better.
louder. Okay.
Baby steps.
Okay. So we're getting there. We need to have some sort of transcription AI.
I'm surprised with all the AI like advancements or whatever. YouTube automated subtitles still suck.
I'm telling you, man. Like, if AI was just like, we will now do perfect captions, I'll be like, oh my god, it's gonna be so hard. Yeah. So that's my thing with Monopoly. Yeah. So I said the reasoning here is that it's not like multiplayer warrants a different set of rules than single player, but most multiplayer tends to focus on single player players or technicals, like who plays it or how to get good. Monopoly is interesting in that its procedural argument emerges specifically in multiplayer, especially between people. It's a transitional point to Persona 4 Arena that theoretically a focus on Persona 4 Arena as a game with arguments to its rules is possible, but how that happens is a little tricky. This is one of those questions that I'm going to assume is like in good faith, right? I think it's one of those questions that is like asked in good faith. I think it's more of a, did I like explain? I could have sworn I've explained like why Monopoly is important. Let's see here.
You did.
Okay.
It was a pretty cogent. I mean, it obviously helps to have some background and understand the history of Monopoly and obviously how it works. But I think you did an adequate job of explaining it in terms of the where it fit into your narrative and into your argument.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say it was.
Okay, Parasocial.
I wouldn't say it's a video, like a part of the video that is like more easily misunderstood or kind of thing. Like, I think it's one of the more understandable parts of the video. Like,
yeah,
one of the more understandable parts.
Capitalism.
Okay, so let's see what I said before.
Situations where people logically can start to express themselves in certain ways that are commensurate with what a game's developers might be trying to argue. Some of this can come down in very pointed ways. For instance, in Monopoly, originally a critique of landlord capitalism, it hides its argument through its late game. Savvy players start off by buying whatever plots they can, up to and including taking out loans, since players can only develop squares when they have access to an entire block. So the idea, therefore, is developer Greg Kostikian once described the game as, right, a Monopoly game, cheat, they will be the old, but it leads players to behave in ways that are made possible as a result of rules laid down by the game's
necessary for 3 or 2.
It's a process, internal or argument.
Okay, so in here, I think, so I feel like he might have stopped watching the video here, because up until here, I think it's easy to see Monopoly as just like another example. So he might be all like, okay, why does this guy keep throwing examples?
the ways how this and the thing about you learn and manage and like the specific ways. This in a series. Wait, who's imagining of Supercook that actually may be by laying claim way. Sort of Persona 4 with first use and from a lot of tracks.
Okay, I think there is. I don't think it gets into. Maybe
Persona 5 is ability to start dealing with.
Take the exact.
Oh, it's Asmongold.
Even as admirably as player kinetic machine, we get into its generation swap when we get social mode. But the to your wait a minute, does not.
Okay, here we go. 111 to around 48. Okay, yeah. So I get to why Monopoly is important as like a theoretical example. Like 20 minutes later. Okay, that's okay. I guess that would be my fault, but it was mainly because I wanted to be very dramatic with how it unfolded.
Joe, didn't you use Monopoly? Isn't that an example of a game with a procedural argument that's not just competition, but supposedly a critique of landlord capitalism? Are you?
Yeah, okay, there we go. Yeah, so that's okay. You talked about his example procedural rhetoric. You use big words though. So
that's true, is your guy,
dude,
yeah.
I got pranked. I got pranked good. Did you talk about the Gex comment? That's really goofy. You could apply everything you said to Gex and it'd be the same video. Is there a Gex fighting game? Gex fighting game. I swear to God, if there's a Gex fighting game, I'm gonna go insane. Okay, let me type in fighting game. Okay, well, it doesn't look like there's a Gex fighting game. Hey, Parallax. Doesn't look like there's a Gex fighting game. I think the comment I left here was, look, Philemon, I ain't smart enough to analyze Gex. I gotta start simple. Very interesting discussion on how infrastructure subculture affect how media is engaged. It makes me want to reflect on how television had developed in my country, but that'll be a long story. Yeah, so these are like most of the comments. Yeah, all things considered, I think it worked out really well. I mean, 8.2K views. That's the most I've gotten in a very long time in terms of like video performance. So we in there.
What's the last video that like got a similar amount in a similar time?
The first Japan Sinks video.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Because I got that right. I got that out right before
4 years ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, I got that video out right before Japan Sinks 2020 was about to come out. So I think what happened was
because people were looking for Japan Sinks stuff.
It got that buzz boost. People were just like, "What the hell is Japan Sinks?" And then they see my goofy ass video, and there's like, "All right, maybe this asshole will explain it." And the answer was, "Not really."
Well, what's cool about the video is that you released it right before Japan Sinks 2020 came out, so
Yeah.
it wasn't actually about Japan Sinks 2020 at all. It was just about Japan Sinks.
I think the funniest thing.
I mean, it is important to understand because it's obvious that when people talk about Japan Sinks 2020, they like don't understand it at all.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that's like kind of weird because it's one of those things where like people don't really understand how big Japan Sinks as a property is in Japan. Like they just don't know. Do they know?
They don't know. It's like people don't know about it. Like people don't think about it in the same way as like Godzilla, right? People know about Godzilla, but they don't know about that.
Yeah. It's huge. And so like I think like when they're talking about like it's one of those things that can very easily get lost in like the shuffle where people are just like Japan Sinks. What the heck is why is Yuasa doing this? And it's like, okay, well, Yuasa's the producer. But all these little things. Gex is a collectathon platformer with hella cultural references, I thought.
Yeah, there was
I
a little
guess.
bit of misadvertising with Japan Sings 2020 because people thought it was directed by Yuasa,
Hmm.
and so fundamentally they kind of like wanted a Yuasa film
Mm-hmm.
or a show, but like it isn't a Yuasa show, so it's like, yeah. Anyways,
Yep.
also it's kind of funny to me. It's kind of funny to me that people have like, so people already like people already have like very little empathy, very little sympathy towards like tumultuous productions, right? Like the idea
Oh, yeah.
that like, oh, production can be mismanaged, you know, and
Mhm.
have issues and have all these things, and the precarity of like being an animator and being like, you know, making media
Mhm.
means that things don't work out exactly how it would idealistically become, be made, right?
Mhm.
But no one who reacted to Japan Sings 2020 gave ever actually gave a single ounce of like idea to the fact that it was made in 2020. Like it's literally called Japan Sings 2020. It was literally came out during COVID. Like
Yeah.
literally.
Yeah, it's kind of baffling.
Like, and COVID hit Japan quicker than America. We know that from personal effect of like, you know, Jaden, because Jaden was there, you know, at the
Oh
same
yeah,
at the
Jaden was
time,
in.
right? Like they literally saw the effects of COVID quicker than because, you know, it started in Asia.
Mhm.
Like people like no one ever fucking like talked about that. Like literally came out like July 2020, like in the heat of COVID. You know, like come on. The
Yep.
thing that it talks about in the show, which is the 2020 Olympics, was literally delayed because of COVID.
Yeah. Yeah.
It literally has it in the show.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yep. 8.1K of them were staring at the monitor arm. Celestia Lily, I'm so happy about this gigantic undertaking of a video. Once I get my ADHD brain to cooperate, it's going on my watch and rewatch list forever. I hope you enjoy the video, Celestia. Um, I hope you like the video. It's so long and chaotic. Um, People did not care about the animation industry and still start to affect the shows they watch and care about. Oh yeah, that's rough. It's kind of like that. It's that with games a lot too. Like games are rough with regards to that. Like people are like so brutal on devs if there's like an
Mhm.
issue or something. And it's always the exact same thing. It's always just like, dude, it's because they're lazy. Lazy.
Lazy,
Dude, they always
lazy
say
animators.
that. Lazy. It was just
This scene was not animated on ones, therefore they are lazy.
it's crazy that industry is notorious for having euphemistic terms for insanely long hour like work days. Lazy. Hey,
Lazy.
Flez, how was the stream? Yeah, so I think that's the main thing. Yeah, this video is a little I think this video is a little like messy, but I think I talk about this a little bit more in like the actual page itself. So I got like the page and the pauses and select thing. Um, and I talk about it a little bit more, which is like I wanted to make it sort of like kind of like a like TV esque, where like you're kind of like flipping through like different topics that are just like related to a kind of a protocol, which it's one of those things where I feel like people who know my content will probably be able to pick up on it a little bit more, primarily because like when I use the transitions, I don't use TV transitions in my videos. Like when I use transitions, I just use hard cuts. But in this video, I use TV transitions for everything. So like I want it to feel a little bit like flipping through a channel on a general level.
That's true. Yeah.
So
Huh.
all of the transitions I had, I use like TV static flip transitions. So yeah.
That's a good
So it's kind of like cycling through like a broadcast protocol. So it's like everything is different, everything's a little disconnected, but it all funnels down to a protocol of things. So yeah, that was so it's I think it's I feel like that metaphor might have been lost on people, because I have heard some people talk about how like it's unfocused, and it's like, yeah, but I did warn people right at the beginning that it's going to be a little unfocused, like a lot. I think.
What would have probably helped would have been having like a TV overlay on top of everything, because then they would understand that it's a
everything.
TV. Everything, just the entire video would be you inside of a television. Then people would, they'd get it.
No, okay, everything. Just I'm literally in the TV all the time.
My microphone.
That's right. And then you got like TVs in TVs. Oh, that's meta.
All right.
Oh, okay.
So let's get this on the road here. Okay, let's get this figured out. I'm not going to waste your time, so I'm going to fast name and take those objects, but his
I don't want to waste your time, says man makes 2-hour video.
Questions different ways. It's also kind of messy, so it's
Yeah.
probably
Yeah, I warn
I feel
people.
like assholes would have said that comment.
It's
2 hours. You're gonna waste your time.
2 hours. Look, I said it's kind of messy, so just treat it like a podcast.
I mean, again, like in the grand, like it's obviously it's long for a pause and select video, but in the general trend of YouTube, it's not at all.
Well, especially game YouTube.
Yeah,
that's that's a big thing with this, because this is kind of a breakaway, because like you do talk about you talk about anime kinda in a sense, but this is about video games. And video game YouTube is all like 11-hour analysis of Frogger,
18-hour deep lore dive into
Skyrim.
Tetris,
A brief analysis of Skyrim.
Brief analysis of Omega Ruby, 11 hours.
Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire.
Dude, it's crazy when they title it brief. It's like, nah, you can't say it's a brief.
As far as the Persona fandom goes, I think P5 Strikers was the dub got recorded in the closet gotcha COVID treatment. Oh, that sucks. Pretty good at playing
videos are so long.
Then watch myself losing Grand Blue. That might actually perfect my ADHD. Might dip to experiences. Yeah, I hope you have fun, Celestia. You're a very skilled orator. When I read the script, I could barely make heads and tails of it, but the finished project was really cohesive. Oh, yeah, that's... I'm used to, like... I wouldn't say I'm a skilled orator, but I have spoken in front of, like, students, so I think I'm okay when it comes to speaking. I think I'm okay when it comes to public speaking. I was pretty subtle about that as far as framing goes. Yeah, I think... That's the thing, right? Where I'm like, do you remember that scene from there's an interview, a director interview with M. Night Shyamalan on The Sixth Sense, and one of the things he talks about is like, so spoilers. The Sixth Sense is about ghosts.
That's true.
And up to the twist, M. Night in an interview he talks about how like Bruce Willis is interacting with a lot of red objects, because red was like the death color that he used in that movie. So if you take a look at that movie, Bruce Willis has like red things. He's interacting with red objects. Like it's just red, red, red constantly. And M Night was just like talking about that, and he was just like, "There's no way I'm going to be able to get away with this. Like this is too on the nose. Everything is too red. Like that's how he saw it as." And then and then nobody saw that. Everybody was just like, "No, Bruce Willis." I think that might have, yeah, I think that might have bit me in the butt here. Is your guy? Yeah, I wanted to do like like flipping through channels, but it might have been too subtle. Cause like like when you're working on this, you're thinking, okay, well this is too on the nose, obviously. It's too on the nose. Just get in, get out. But now it's just like, no, that did not pick up at all. And I'm going to blame other YouTubers for this, all right? If other YouTubers use TV aesthetics more meaningfully, all right, then
They don't.
then my use of the
Jamie-
TV channel transition would have.
JB, pull up Ocean Waves queer analysis
Dude,
video, which
they-
has a TV in the beginning of it, which isn't even cropped properly.
It's like they're talking about a movie and they're using a TV aesthetic. It's just like, why?
But Joe, YouTube is a post-TV medium. What are you doing?
Actually, I couldn't fault them for that because technically Ocean Waves is a TV movie.
Okay.
But they used it, but they didn't even crop the footage right, and it has hard
Okay.
English subs in it, and it's just
Oh.
the English subs are cropped.
All right.
So bad looking.
Uh,
I'm only 50 minutes deep, no spoilers.
I have a big remote in like FPS perspective with a finger changing the channel. Look, all right, I have jokes. Okay, let me see here. I have jokes around here somewhere. I don't know where.
Somewhere.
Yeah. I have jokes. I won't waste your time. 20-minute tangent about Monopoly. Yeah, so this is like, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing that I want to like, here's the thing that I'm going to say to people, right? That I think is like very, that I hope is true. The Persona 5 video, which is the next video, the Persona 5 video is going to be a lot more focused and a lot more streamlined. And the reason why is because this video, I had to sort of throw in a lot of like conceptual stuff that just like has not been talked about in my previous videos. So like I just had to like literally lay down so many things. I had to like lay down so many ground rules that like it just becomes like this massive thing, you know? Cause like it's one of those things where it's just like I have to explain what procedural rhetoric is. I have to explain like why an ecology matters. I have to explain like how why a loop matters. Like all those things, right? I have to like sort of like throw them out. And I think to a lot of people it can feel like a big waste of time because there's like, okay, why? And the reason why is because now when I make a video and I make like a Persona 5 video, I can just be all like, I talk about procedural rhetoric in the Persona 4 video, and I just give 1 or 2 sentences and I move on. Now I don't have to like go on this like long explanatory framework of being all like, yo, look at Overcooked 2. Like all that kind of stuff. So that's the hope. That's the hope. That's one of those difficult things, I think, which is it's tricky. It's tricky to like try and set out like a set of like rules so that like everybody is like on the same page, because I think to most people they see that attempt to like get everybody on the same page as just like wasting time. Cuz like I think most people coming in are probably just like, oh, I know how to analyze games, but they probably don't know what a procedural argument is, you know? They probably think they know how to analyze games, but they might not. Because like most of like gaming YouTube is like narrative analysis.
Yeah.
It's like the story happens here, and we are done.
Well, I do think it actually is very helpful in your video that you talk about other persona analyses. 'Cause you
Yeah,
kinda
that
set you
was
set a groundwork for like, okay, like this is how people analyze this. Like this is what persona analysis is.
yeah, that was the thing that I wanted to do. I wanted to do like a normal literature review because I wanted to sort of like be clear about like where I was coming from and like why. Sorry.
I think more people should do this. I think this is especially with this medium. I think this is a wonderful idea that people, if they're going to be doing something where they think they're, perhaps breaking ground or, popularizing or talking about things either they haven't talked before or perhaps our audience hasn't seen, then doing that literature review is kind of a really neat way of doing that because you can, show that, the cross currents of the platform and what's been said before, so that you're kind of responding to that as well as building on what's there or showing why what you're doing is different. I think that's a neat idea and a neat thing to incorporate.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to do because like that was something I noticed, which is that like for how much this game talks or like displays like television, like it's crazy how much like televisual aesthetics and logics there are in this game, right? Like everything happens quite literally through television. Like you go in and out of portals through specifically TVs. Like you are led along through like a weather mechanic that you verify through TV. Later on, technically, you can verify it through the PS Vita interface. But like there's like
That's
a
epic.
whole set of verifications through TV and all that kind of stuff. The game also has like the extras menu in the game also is like set out like a series of TV channels. And so like there's like Inaba TV and then there's like explaining TV, like all these little like TV channels and all that kind of stuff. When you go into like the Shadow World, the whole game has like a static overlay. Like it just has this like 5% opacity static overlay. Every dungeon has TV screens everywhere with like the broadcast color like static and all that kind of stuff. There's so much TV everywhere in this game. This game's just full of TV. But most analysis of this game doesn't focus on TV. And so it's so interesting that like so much of like YouTube has discussed Persona along these very specific lines, but the most ubiquitous component of it is largely under discussed. And most of the discussion of TV is explanatory in nature. So like the famous one is Hiding's video, right? Hiding's video is like, what is the Midnight Channel? Like what is what is the Midnight Channel? And like that's what a lot of like them are like. They're just like, what is the Midnight Channel? Like it's a mystery kind of thing to like explain, like it's like a Dark Souls lore video, right? And I don't mean that in like a mean or disparaging way, right? Like I'm, Hiding gave me his footage to use. I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth.
Right.
But like I talked to Hiding about this because I was just like, when I was making this video and I was writing the script for this video, I ran this argument by Hiding and I was just like, have you seen somebody talk about this? And he's like, no, I haven't seen somebody talk about this. I was like, okay, well, I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to talk about it because I'm just stealing Thomas Lamar's argument because he talked about it.
That's true.
Well, that's okay. Not enough people have read Lamar, so they're not going to. If you didn't make that joke, no one would know that you stole this entirely whole cloth from Thomas Lamar, Somerton style.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah. So
Do
that's
you remember? Do you remember that Goji's? Not to like get lost in the weeds, but do you remember that Goji's tweet where he's like, he's just ripping off Thomas Lamar?
Oh yeah, yes, dude, that was the funniest tweet. Richard, have you heard about that situation?
I have not.
Okay, so Go Jesus. So it was one of the videos that I had. So somebody replied to Go Jesus, I think.
The original Lamar collab.
Was it one with like you interview Lamar?
Yes.
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 It was the original Lamar collab, like the original, the first one.
Yeah.
Oh man.
It was it was the original one with Lamar and Miyazaki about the anime machine, and somebody posted it on Twitter, and they were just like, "Oh, this is a really interesting video," and Goat Jesus responded. He felt the need to respond to that video by saying like, "This is just ripped from Thomas Lamar, specifically like the multiplanar image and the anime machine." And one of
Such a crazy description.
one of Beatrix's friends, was just like, "Well, I hope so because that's Lamar speaking."
Yeah.
And then Go Jesus just pivoted. He just pivoted entirely. He was just like, "Yeah, anyways, he's friends with my prof." Like he didn't acknowledge it at all. It was just like he was so sure that he had a gotcha on me. It's just like that's
Well,
just Lamar.
it's funny because it was so like obviously worded in a way, right? Where it was like, this is just ripping straight from the thing. Like he was
Yeah.
like angry about it.
Yeah.
And it was just like, and it was like, well, yeah, it's Lamar. And he's like, well, anyways, like completely sidestepped it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, again, the golden rule of the internet is you can't be wrong. If you admit defeat, you might as well just log off.
That's true. You know.
Right.
No one wants to do that.
True. You perish.
Yeah. You come back like 7 months later.
That's no, that's so true. Oh no.
You know. You gotta wait.
You make a video the day later saying you'll reflect on this.
Yeah.
Wait 8 months and then come back and
You come back.
never mention it again.
All the responses are, "He beat the allegations."
You beat the allegation.
Um.
I think more people should read Lamar, frankly.
I can.
That's right. That's why your name right now is read a book.
I can understand why people like don't read Lamar, right? Because like Lamar is one of those writers where like on a first read, especially if you're not used to like academic writing, on a first read you're just like, this fucking sucks. But it's interesting because Lamar is one of those like writers where like after you read him again, you're just like, oh, this is very clear and lucid and it's like, oh,
Yeah.
I get it. Now that I've had time to process some of these ideas, I get it. And that was like the experience I had with like the anime ecology. Because when I first read the anime ecology, I'm just like, this is all over the place. Where is he going with this? But then like I read it again like a year later, and I was just like, oh, I could totally exploit this for a video.
Instrumentalizing.
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Yeah, it also doesn't help that like Lamar sometimes gets like his work gets relegated to like hooty patooty like academia kind of thing, like who cares? But it's like, no, he's got a lot of really interesting ideas and implications thereof of like ideas, like the question of like
Well, Lamar was one of the. Wasn't Lamar one of the? Or was it Azuma? Like Lamar was one of those ones that like Castell like initially was like, I don't care what academics say. Western academics say.
I know Canepa had a very Callum had a very disdainful perspective on Lamar. But I think a lot of it is just like that Sakuga side, right? Because like Sakuga people have like a very different set of ideas about like what they want out of a particular thing. They look for very different things when it comes to like analyzing anime.
I think it's very easy to be like, oh, I don't care about it unless it's like literally coming from the word, like the mouth of an artist,
Yeah.
I felt a lot of the time it was almost like some of the other discourse that I've seen with Lamar, specifically with Anime Machine and his animatism, was that it was like a non-animator trying to theorize animation, and that was like that created an umbrage and like he doesn't know what he's talking about. So why is he talking about the multiplanar image when that's not how artists or directors conceptualize how it works?
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's one of those things, right? It once again boils down to once again the same sort of questions that like film studies and film studies and film like school are very different things. Like studying something as like a form,
Mm-hmm.
as like a series of like things and practices and like all colliding together are very different than like studying it in regards to like the conditions of its production. Um, it doesn't make one better or the other. It just means that like these are very different skill sets. It's just like how game designers are not good game studies theorists most of the time. You know, like that's why like like you can go to the game design subreddit and you can see all of these game designers, people who are like making games and all this kind of stuff, and they have the absolutely most nothing perspectives when it comes to like games analysis. Because like that's not the skill set that they've perfected.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're somebody who hangs around nothing but like game devs, who have perfected a very specific skill set, and then somebody comes out like say I don't know, like Mia Consalvo, right? If Mia Consalvo comes out and talks about like the social technological conditions of like cheating practices, you might be all like, this is pretentious overthinking, who cares, this is not true, not accurate, etc. What you got to care about? DRM. Like like these are very
Right.
different discussions that are being had. Yeah, it's also why I think a lot of like production oriented people, they really run the gamut in terms of like effective criticism, because you read a lot of like production oriented people and how they like evaluate and criticize and talk about things. It's very vague, like extremely vague. Like they talk about things like energies and energies and character and such expression. It's like, well, what does that mean? What does it mean to like express or have energy or characterize things in a particular way? And they never have an answer for it, because it's one of those things where they can figure it out intuitively or try to figure it out intuitively, but the capacity to express it in a way in which a structure is thus then mapped out into these broader relations of representation and like and setting things in motion, that's a completely different skill set, you know.
I mean, it kind of reminds me of like people sometimes ask me like what the literal meaning of like a video I make, like an AMV I make is. I'm like, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Like people don't often really can exactly analyze their own work. I mean, it's just you are expressing it through the work, not through an analysis. They're different things,
True.
Yeah, it's like I run into that with like narrow authors all the time. Like I still have to publish that old like discussion I had with Inori. But one of the things that's really interesting is that like when
Oh, did you
Inori,
do another one?
yeah, when Inori talks about like when I ask Inori some questions, when Inori talks about like how things like happen, or like the process, sometimes Inori like needs to lean on like theorists, because theorists like give like the breadth upon which to discuss a particular set of flows of creative processes. Sometimes it's one of those, it kind of goes back to that McLuhanist like aphorism, right? Like you don't ask a fish what it's like to swim. They're surrounded by it. Like this, they've become inundated to it. Like this is the form of the condition upon which they exist in something. And there are some people who can do it. There are some people who can both analyze and produce, and it's like they're very very good at it. But like for the most part, No, this is like these are very different skill sets that one does not supersede the other, but it is nevertheless very important.
Yeah, they have different applications.
Yeah. It's kind of like a really good example, I think. A really like close to home example is ask any big YouTuber the content form of YouTube. They're not going to have any fucking clue. All they're going to tell you is how to get big. You know, you ask Mr. Beast like what content form of YouTube is, he's just going to give you an example of what like a YouTube video looks like. But like he's not going to talk about like how YouTube exists as like a media ecology system. It takes somebody with a different skill set to like sit down and like think about how that actually operates. Like there's a reason why like things like autoethnography are like a field, you know, like the ability to actually like train in terms of like how to actually analyze something on your own. It's not something that comes out naturally. Like I'm here for it, you joke, but come on, I need those to feel something. I missed a lot of comments. Okay. So what's the part 1 early cinema of gaming YouTube? I think we saw one the other day, Gil.
Really?
We saw one the other day. Yeah, I think we saw one the other day. Was it that Mika video? I think it was the Mika video where she was talking about Lane and then she starts off at the atom bomb.
Oh, yeah.
Like that, I think that's the closest example of an ironic part 1 early cinema.
Part 1 early cinema.
Yeah.
It's like the fucking Vox video. It's like, how we talk about Moe? Well, let's start.
Oh
with the
yeah,
atom
Moe.
bomb.
Start off with the atom bomb. Yeah. Which is crazy because
they didn't actually say Moe. They're like, what's Japanese cute?
Yeah, kawaii culture. Yeah.
Kawaii culture. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm interested in seeing if Vox like has like a full transcript of that, of like the full, because like that's the person they interview was Elisa Friedman, who is like a very well-respected Japanese studies scholar. So
a real scholar,
there has to be more to that conversation than that Vox interview implies. Look, ever since I found out what they did to Adam Ragusa, all right, you can't trust the Vox voice clip anymore.
Yeah, that's a good point. I wish more people had like full, like here's the full conversation. Like, yeah, because with that interview with Elisa Friedman, like they like cut out this like fucking like 1 minute tangent or something like that. And it's like nothing. Like it's so nothing. But like I'm sure she said a ton of interesting things. It's a real goddamn scholar.
Yeah.
Talk about a ton of interesting things.
Which, by the way, anybody in the chat right now, if you're interested, I do have the full unedited, so it's very clunky, but full unedited conversations with both Thomas Lamar and Steve Bartholomew, aka Lord Knight, on the Patreon. It is free. It is free. I always make these conversations like free after the video gets published. So now that the video's out, the conversations are free. You don't have to be like a patron to access them. They're just on the Patreon.
That's also a really important thing too. I remember recently I've been into watching more recent Did You Know gaming videos because they really up their like production. And they do cite their sources, which is good. It's good. It's great. They cite the sources, but they're often translations that are behind a paywall. And I'm just like, this sucks. Just make it free. Like, come fuck.
Yeah, I think
you make enough money off this video to support that. Come on.
I think content that is mandatory for a video to function. I think content that is mandatory for a video to function should be free. Like that's my take on it. I think if it's like supplementary, you know, like little commentary, extra little commentary or whatever, right? Like you put that behind a paywall, that's not a big deal for me. But like if you actively chop off a part of like your content behind the paywall, I'm just like, That's kind of not great.
Well, I literally did that because I was watching. They had a video on Kensuke Mori, which is like the main like lead artist behind Pokemon, right? Like when the one of the original like co-founders, and they had like a few interviews, and I was really interested in this I was really interested in the claim that they had about Kensuke Mori being influenced from Toriyama, like
Okay.
Dragon Ball, right? And I was like wanting to read like the interviews with like Sugimori, but like the issue is their translations are paywalled. I'm like, this fucking blows.
Yeah.
I just want to read I want to read like your source, your primary source for this information that you're providing in the video is behind a paywall. It's just like, come on.
Yeah. I did that for the not Japan's things. I did that for the I did that for the Kongming video. The Kongming video, I translated the first section or the first excerpt of the Yoshikawa Eiji Romance of the Three Kingdoms. It's on Patreon. It's completely free. It's the first excerpt, so it's right when like Liu-Bei is sitting by the riverbank. And if I translated it just so like if you wanted to get an idea of like how Yoshikawa Eiji's like writing feels a little bit different from like the Three Kingdoms like quote unquote proper stuff, because the Three Kingdoms proper stuff is just like this eunuch and this eunuch and this eunuch begat this eunuch and then they killed this eunuch and then all that kind of stuff. But like the Yoshikawa Eiji one feels very much like a novel, like very very much like a novel. So I translated that part, and yeah, it's just free. If you want to just get like a feel of what the differences are. Which gotta say, translating stuff sucks. Translating stuff sucks. When I was translating that part, there was one part they were talking about the like a specific people, and I was just like, I had to like go down some dumb rabbit hole of like ancient Chinese migratory people because I couldn't figure out who they were referring to. So yeah, it was a little bit clunky, but translating sucks, dude. Like this.
Yeah.
Who would have thought that translating is not like just punching it into an AI?
Dude, the people, man,
I thought that you have to.
The recent Twitter drama about recent Twitter and YouTube drama about translation with subtitles and whatever is so awful.
Yeah,
it's like the worst discourse.
Yeah, because like that was in the Yoshikawa edition. Like they were talking about like the people, like the South people, the people from the South, right? But it was just like, okay, who? There's so many people in the South. Who?
And like Romance of the Three Kingdoms is like the fucking has like a cast of like 300 characters.
Yeah, there's like 300 characters.
So it's like, who's in the South? Hoomst.
Hoomst. Which group, Japanese man? Finally, a fellow Noah Gervais appreciator. Oh, so there was something like with that in Perfect Blue. I love the simple attention to set dressing. That's interesting. I hadn't thought about the set dressing in Perfect Blue. Yeah. I'm still 50 minutes deep, so no spoilers. You're talking about the. Oh, you're talking about the video. For a second there, I thought you were talking about the Sixth Sense. Gil, it's called overscan. They were being authentic. Yeah, but your jokes are weird. All right. Look, Petrol. Just give me the like and the comment. You can just say your jokes are weird, but just leave the comment, and we'll be good. The concept of ludotherapy is already tickling my intrigue. Like, if the therapy in game is nutso complement therapy, then is it about the player's experience of catharsis looking forward? Yeah, so I still gotta like figure it out, right? So like, I don't want to be like I try to avoid being like that kind of person who just like throws everything out, and I'm just like, we're done. Like I don't want to accidentally give like the wrong impression of therapy. It's most definitely going to change Celestia. I'm probably just going to say Persona 5 is about, and then something. Probably not ludotherapy, but like I just use that as a shorthand to talk about some of the concepts in play. Um, really learn. I really want to learn more about how to talk about games. This is really interesting. One thing I can do. I don't know if anybody would be interested, but what I can do is I can do a live stream before I go to Japan. I can do a live stream about like an introduction to game studies, like 101 thing. If anybody's interested, I can do it on the second channel. I can do a hey, if you're interested in game studies, here are some things to consider, because game studies I have a pretty good understanding of. So we can sort of hit all the basics and then we can sort of like move on from there. There's a lot of like moving parts. It's actually game studies is one of those weird things where it's like pretty simple to figure out the basic understanding at like you can learn in about half an hour more game studies than most gaming YouTubers will know.
That's fair.
Like,
kind of the same with like if you read half of Moe Manifesto, you'll know more than like 90% of YouTube.
like I can
when the bar is so low, it doesn't take that much to get there.
it's tricky. So what I can do is I can do like a game studies like live stream. I think I did one a long time ago on my Twitch, but I could do it again and have it like be a little bit more organized for this live stream. And I can sort of run through like game studies as like a field, as an idea, as well as some of like the big terms you're going to come across, because there's a lot of terms in game studies that you might think, what the heck is that? But like they're pretty straightforward once you figure it out. The idea of what like ludic versus paideia is, what prelusory versus prolusory like goals are, what like different forms of design are, different forms of narrative, all that kind of stuff. It's pretty straightforward, and then I can just structure it as like a sort of intro to game studies thing and get like all these little timestamps. So if you're ever curious about like what a particular thing is, you can just come back to the video and then just use that as like, oh, this is the point. This is a little point, and then we can go through like little examples and all that kind of stuff. That's what I did with some of my students.
Yeah.
The fact that Japanese said he spoke primarily in TV references early game, that was kind of lost. That would have been cool. If James Somerton called his videos a literature review, he would have been fine.
Yeah, that comment's great.
In Golden, there are side bits that are from like Japanese game shows and variety shows. Yes, there are. Yeah. There are like these little like games in Golden that are just game shows. Yeah.
Joe, is Steve's? Is Steve's Squarespace code just Steve?
Squarespace?
Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't used it.
Squarespace. Yeah, Steve has a Squarespace code, is he?
Yeah, he should. Well, he should. He's sponsored by Squarespace.
I'm like, where the fuck is it?
Interesting that Persona 5 has a lot of surveillance cameras. Natural enemy of sneaking thieves, but Persona 4 is about broadcasting. Why didn't I catch on to Somerton sooner? Regrets not looking into the greats, the classic sources on a topic. So much of hearing this drama, so much fun. I think it's hilarious. That he referenced me. Dude, he referenced me in the Attack on Titan video, but he didn't reference me by my channel name. He referenced me by my like full name. So I'm just like, oh, now nobody's going to find my channel, dude. Dude, what the heck? I laughed at, hey everyone, it's Tom. Like Dr. Lamar's a recurring character at this point. Yeah, he is. He's 4 videos now. He's been in 4 videos. Yeah.
Yeah, he basically is.
Yeah, yeah, Tom's in 4 videos. He's working on another book. So when he said that the Anime Machine and the Anime Ecology was initially going to be one book, there is one more book that he's working on. and so it's going to be like a Lamar trilogy of sorts.
That's sick. Hell yeah.
Yeah. And Tom was just like, yeah, would you be interested in like contributing something to the book? I would be like, absolutely. But of course, what's going to happen is there's going to be a section of whatever Lamar's latest book is, and where it's just going to read like a YouTube script, and you're going to be like, something's off.
Oh, Richard, say something. I think your mic might have
You're a little quiet there, buddy.
did the thingy. Did the mic thingy it does.
Let me dig up those goalposts. Don't mind me just moving them. Let me see here. I gotta go back here.
How's that? Not any better?
Okay,
Yeah,
there we go.
much
Yeah.
better. Oh, okay, good.
My brain
Lousy
being
mic.
on the cliff's edge of getting beginner level Derrida and shit feels like holding Eldritch Madness in my mind before it sinks in. I got to pick up the Anime Machine again. Never got too far. You say all that, but what if my goal is to win internet arguments? All right, see you, Samuel. Sorry a little late saying the goodbye. I got to hear that whole LK conversation. No libido comment.
Bro, when I read LK, the only thing I can think of is fucking libido comment.
Libido comment. Hey man. Look. Lore Knight is interesting. He's interesting. I think the funniest thing about Lore Knight is that like fighting game players in Japan have a wiki specifically devoted to fighting game players. It's called the Kakuge Wiki. Just fighting game wiki. And it's just like the who's who of fighting games. And there's a section on Lord Knight, and the Lord Knight section is he is so devoted that he learned Japanese to fight people in Japan. That's the funniest
crazy.
thing. It's actually kind of
that's awesome.
It's actually kind of funny how like super chill the fighting game community is, because like there's a lot of people in the fighting game community that like know Japanese, but you would never know until like they actually like use it. They just never mention it. But like when it comes to like anime, like the moment anybody in anime learns like some Japanese, there's like, all right, time to Nihongo de okay this, It's very funny how fast they do it. I love the translation. Discord is so brain dead. People from South mean South Chinese. South Chinese, obviously. Hi Joe. Hi Gil. Yeah. Yeah. Wait. I think Shaves has that video out, right?
Yes,
He
does.
Dang, you digest.
I'll react to his react to my video.
Hey, it's Shaves.
Hell yes, let's go.
Yes.
All right.
Don't tell him I screen shared it early.
I would not have mentioned that if you. I would not have mentioned that anyway. So you just blew yourself up there, bro.
Listen, he can't complain. I patron him.
Sometimes you had to learn at least basic tech, basic Japanese to get any tech at all. Dude,
that's so true, Craig.
that happens.
Hey, James.
That happens to me sometimes. Yo, is Shapes? Do I have access to Shapes on the Discord? Where's Shapes on the Discord? I don't think I have access to him on the Discord. Anybody interface with Shapes?
Yeah, I can DM him.
Yeah, he should come on to the stream. I'm gonna react to him reacting to my video while he's in the call. I'm like, Shapes, what are your thoughts on this comment that you left here?
It's like Joe wants to react to your to digest.
Dude, wake up, bro.
Reaction to his video on stream with you in it. In the stream as well.
Dude, Fless, that's the funniest thing sometimes when it comes to like interfacing with Japanese players, especially in a competitive game, like a fighting game, where you're just like, yeah, like how do you do this? and they're just like, I don't know, you just do it.
Ooh. Whoa. Oh, wow. Do you read this? Or this
What?
was just posted a half hour ago.
Hmm?
Yikes.
Is it on the video?
No. This is not related to Shades.
Oh wow.
They sentenced Shinji Aoba to death for the 2019 arson of Kyoani.
Oh. Ooh.
I love this fucking comment. Wait, Japan has a D penalty? My sweet summer child.
Oh man.
The death penalty
My
has actually been
sweet-
going up. Yeah. Yeah. They've been killing more people lately.
Jeez.
I think they also, there's like a 17-year-old they sent to death, I think.
17-year-old?
Not Junko. Death penalty. Is it? No, not 17-year-old. 19? 21. 21-year-old.
That makes a lot more sense. Because Japan has some specific laws with regards to people, minors committing crimes, because minors committing crimes have like actually a lot more privacy, a lot more protection than like they do in America.
Oh, okay. So he was a defendant since 18. He was sentenced when he was
Oh,
21.
18.
Okay, yeah. That's what I'm
Okay.
getting the names mixed
Yeah,
up.
because I don't think they'd sentence a 17-year-old to death.
Yeah.
Because of their minor laws. Like I think
Mhm.
like a lot of their minor criminal laws are different.
Yeah. So
But 18, that boy is going to the chopping block.
it's like, yo, you hit the big 1-8, you know?
It's over, buddy. Yeah, Japan has aggressive death penalty law. The death penalty laws, rather. Whew. That's like the third,
Yeah.
like... He's joining the ranks of, Tomohiro Kato in the other Miyazaki.
Yeah, man. Dude, that's crazy.
Sheesh.
Y'all are learning Japanese where my Tekken ass playing has to learn Korean. All right, but crack, like, Hangul is a very easy language to, like, read. All right, you can do that in a week. The rest of the language is still pretty hard. But Hangul.
God.
But Hangul.
There's some rough ass replies to this tweet. Good ending. Good riddance. Why'd it take so long? God damn.
Why don't they just, summarily execute people? Why don't you just do that?
Dude,
It's much more efficient.
People become super ideologically like compromised when like the death penalty comes up.
Yeah.
It is. It's really interesting litmus test. It's like, yeah, no, the prison, the criminal justice system is corrupt and needs massive reform. But this person deserves to be dragged over rusty razor blades and dropped into a vat of, and then they need to be slowly, fed into a wood chipper. And using all of our medical technology to keep them alive as long as possible so they experience every agonizing minute. It's like, okay.
So I think that's cruel and unusual punishment.
But it's what they deserve.
Oh, Shape's got that to me. He said, I'd love to. I'm in another VC suit right now, so let me wrap it up.
All right. Okay, cool.
Very epic.
I'll be like, Shibs, why do you hold these opinions? Go on. Explain yourself.
Explain yourself. Explain why you like my video.
Explain why you gave me best of the week.
Okay, Google, stop.
Why did you do it, James? What do you have against me?
Why'd you do this?
Why did you do this?
Shabes, now that you've seen now that you've watched Kill la Kill, what do you think of my videos?
Oh, that's true. You can corner him now.
No, I'm not gonna do that. That would be a jerk ass.
Dude, what are the stats? How can I watch the stats on these things? How many people are watching this live stream? I have no idea.
Oh, It says 22
5.
right now.
22. Oh my god. 22.
It wasn't 31. It wasn't 31 a little while ago. So
Okay.
you dropped off.
Well, I think it's because it's like 12. So like a whole bunch of them are probably just like, I'm going to sleep.
Yeah. I should
Uh,
do that, but no, I'm not going to right now.
Dude, you know, that's the thing. Post video stream, 8K views. Woo. I'm happy. 8.3, we did it, you know. I have not seen that kind of video growth in a very, very long time.
Yeah.
Like
It's depressing.
8.3.
It's depressing to think that it's depressing to think that your Japan's video is so old now.
Oh yeah. It's yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like it's hard because I feel like
Could be 4 years old this year.
yeah, it's difficult. I think it's difficult because like if you want to do well in terms of like anime, you got to talk about like anime that's like airing, that's seasonal and all that kind of stuff. And
Mhm.
I'm just not fast enough to come up with like thoughts about seasonal anime. Uh Hey Mator, how's it going, my dude? Yes, please, Mator, please be watching the video. It's about video games. Um
Video game.
Video game. But yeah, it's so difficult. It's tricky because like what gets views are seasonal stuff, you know, and you got to talk about like the big seasonal stuff too, you know. You got to talk about Frieren and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know. I'm not fast enough to do that. I'm too slow. Yeah. Oh yeah, have I mentioned Mator? I'm going to Japan to hunt wild boars.
So true, yeah. Like a true matagi.
Yeah. What's that? Can you
Yeah, before.
Frieren racist? Oh hell yeah, dude. Absolutely. $100, por favor. Frieren racist. Racist. Yeah. Yeah, so like the next video, to keep everybody up to date, the next video is going to be about Persona 5. It is going to be about Persona 5. Originally, it was going to be a two-parter with Stevie Swan. I think I've repeated this so many times, but I'm going to repeat it again. Originally, it was going to be a two-parter with Stevie Swan, but that actually is being pushed out a little bit since I'm going to Japan, and that will allow me to record with Stevie in person. So I'm going to try and do like a proper like sit-down interview setup where like he's like on camera. So we're finally moving out of the
Proper
Zoom
camera.
call setup.
Yeah.
We're finally moving out of the Zoom call setup.
It's gonna
Yeah.
be great, dude.
So you know, this is gonna be we're gonna try it out. We're gonna talk about you know, it's I think Stevie's a great person to like start off with because he's very funny. And he has he wants to do a bit as well. I think I talked about this before, but like there's this funny like interaction that I had with Stevie where he was just like, I saw that video that you had with Mark Steinberg, and you did this thing where you did a bit, and then he had this like dramatic pause, and he's like, okay, well, all I want to say is I want to do a bit too. And I was like, okay.
Academics unleashed. I would like to do the funny clown thing too, please. Can I?
I want to do the bit. Dude, this man here is saying, okay, sorry, tadaima. Okay, so I think we gotta like set up a. I think we gotta set up a. How do I set up a? I think I gotta set up a call with Shapes. So I think what I'm
Yeah,
gonna do is I'm gonna phone you guys on Discord, and then you drag Shapes in.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's
So,
do that.
Disconnect there. And then. Okay, and then I will. Okay, and then I add Richard. I don't. Do I have Shapes?
You might.
Oh, I do.
I
Okay.
assume you did.
Okay. I have a tendency to like okay, let me add. I have a tendency to like not add people on my own.
And wait until they add you.
Yeah,
I think it worked.
Same.
I follow the I follow the alpha I follow the alpha male dating advice Tinder strat, You never text a woman back, etc. Always just, isolation like a Mongolian war machine. Let me see here.
I
think
apologize in advance for any incoherent coherence. I think I make one good point, but then I don't even know if that's a good point.
Are you?
I think
no.
your review is fair and even-handed.
Okay, well,
No, no sepia and black and white filter. Fake. Okay, let me. Okay, I need to prove 5.8 BA wrong. How do I add in a filter? Okay, filter.
what?
Okay, there are too many settings on the filter. I'm too lazy. Okay. Let me. Okay, how do I? Okay, share. There we go. All right.
Oh, hell yeah.
Okay, that way we're all in sync.
Let's go.
This is good.
The Shapes lore.
No likes in 4 hours. I'm cooked.
Wait, really?
Oh yeah, what? What? How did what?
What the heck?
No lights? How does it happen? Oh,
Oh,
17.
there it
Okay,
is.
there we go.
Thank God.
There's
Thank God.
there's a delay.
Okay. Oh, okay.
There's a
yeah,
delay.
I know I liked it.
I was like, bruh, holy shit.
Okay. Can y'all see that okay?
Shapes, can you do a
Yes.
live Hey It's Shapes?
Hey, it's Shapes. Thank you for.
Wait, it went down to 0.
Dream.
Whoa!
It went down to 0.
No, it was.
Mine.
Yo, the god of YouTube is playing sick games.
Dude, you're getting cursed, man. It went down to 0.
Oh wait, yeah, you're right. He totally wait.
All right, it's 18 on my end now.
Okay, I'm gonna refresh this. I swear to God, if it goes down again, it's gonna be hilarious. It's got to be some sort of caching thing. It has to be some caching thing.
Hey, it's Shapes.
It
Yeah.
simply must.
Yeah.
Please shush cat.
All right. Okay. YouTube deleting likes.
Can't believe this.
All right. So let's. Oh, it went down to 0. It did it again.
The phantom likes. The phantom likes.
Yo, James, is there something that you're not telling us about this channel's performances, dog?
No, well, I already knew for a fact that YouTube's suppressing my shit, bro. I swear.
Part of a grand conspiracy from Google.
It totally is.
Great
From
conspiracy.
Wojcicki. What's her first name? I don't know her first name.
Susan. Susan's not been the CEO for like 8 months.
Wojcicki. And no, it's still her though. She hates AnyTube Digest.
That's probably it. Yeah.
That's
No, that's what. There's your problem. You have the Canadian version of YouTube.
Oh, wait, is that it?
Canadians have no likes.
Surely that must be it.
Oh yeah, it's a cultural thing, you know. This is part of this is actually Canadian culture. In Canadian culture, likes don't exist.
They don't use in Canada. Thumbs up is an insult.
That's who's CEO of YouTube now. Damn, I had not known this guy.
All right.
I couldn't tell you.
Juju says, Joe, I told a friend of mine you're going to Japan to hunt boars. He said that's hardcore.
That's true.
Cool.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, did I ever tell you about that, Shapes?
I somehow heard it through the grapevine.
What the heck?
I couldn't tell you where or how.
Okay. Well, anyhow, long story short, if my videos become dog shit, it's because I'm editing on a crappy laptop. Look, all right.
Hey, I can't knock that. My first.
Wait, is your laptop still that
Videos.
MacBook Air?
No, my laptop is a ThinkPad, right?
Oh, ThinkPad. Right, you
Yeah.
got that.
Just use
Yes.
remote desktop.
I was like, are you still
Keep
using
your
that
computer
fucking-
running for over a year?
Oh, that's so true. Yeah, just connect to it like an Indian scammer.
Okay, first of all, I'm barely gonna have internet my first month there, dude. There's no way I'm gonna do it remote.
Well, you're
Jeez.
gonna call up SoftBank and they're gonna be like, "Yeah, 2 weeks." And it's
You
like,
know-
all right, cool.
You know, Zetbai Japan has been able to figure it out. I'm sure you can handle it.
Oh, this is what. Oh, this is like what Trudeau did to those truckers' bank accounts. All right.
So you
so-
should when you get to Japan, you should go to Sendai and then hit up abroad in Japan and be like, "Your girlfriend's Canadian. I'm also Canadian.
Hmm.
Let's collab."
I'm gonna. I'm also Canadian. Let's go. You're
This is
obligated to
this is-
collab with
Yeah,
me.
this is the thin relation we have. This is a
We have
social
to-
link.
Dude, don't you know about maple syrup, poutine, ketchup
What a
flavored
fraud. Like,
chips?
the other week, he abroad in Japan did a video with his girlfriend, or I think it's the fiance at this point.
I didn't know that.
I think so. And they did a video where they had to swap accents. So she did like a dumb British accent, and he had to. I assumed he was doing an American accent, but I guess he was supposed to be doing a Canadian one this entire time.
Oh,
But it sounded like an American one.
Well, if someone tries to do a Canadian accent, it's like, "Oh, don't you know?" You know, like,
Yeah.
"Oh,
Right. That's what
you
that's what I'm
know,
like. wait a minute.
poutine, eh?" You know,
Yeah.
like, or
Sorry.
if he was trying to mimic her, it probably just sounds like a North American accent. So it's
Come on.
just,
Yeah, I
like,
guess
a
you're right.
general accent.
Probably right.
come on, Richard, give us a little Canadian here. Speak a little Canadian for these
Yeah.
fellas.
Speak a little native Canadian.
You know, give him a little taste of that Torontonian accent, dude.
What's this all about?
Toronto.
Tarantonio.
It's always weird because it's just when you like when they do the stereotypical thing, other than like the drawn out eights, it just sounds like someone from like the Midwest.
It's just the
Yeah.
Midwest, yeah. It's just you're from Minnesota,
Yeah.
That's right.
Minnesota.
North Dakota.
Oh my god.
And
All
it's funny because it's like Minnesota is much colder than a lot of where a lot of people live in, like in Ontario.
Mm.
Further
Well, yeah, it's closer to like Michigan.
All right, so let's
Closer to Detroit.
let's begin this vicious takedown.
It's the last video of the digest.
Yeah, yeah. You
Look,
saved the
that could
worst
mean
for
anything.
last.
All right, the last spot is
Yeah,
the
that means
wild
it's
card
not
spot.
fun.
You know, you're just like now for the wild card. This could be anything.
Oh yeah, I saved the
You know.
worst for. Right.
You know, it's an algorithm play.
Yeah, that's
Yo,
true.
listen. Best video of the week: Game Grumps.
The Game Grumps video.
I very well could have. It did make me laugh the most.
Worst
As we
video of the
know.
week, Closet Select.
As
did
has
really
been
enjoy it.
discussed, as has been objectively proven in every AniTube digest, the best videos are the shortest ones because you have the least to criticize. That's how it works.
I get.
You know?
Suppose you're right. In that case, a lot of my videos of that because I talk about them for like 30 seconds.
Dude, there is, you don't know, Shapes, the level of anxiety I had when I clicked the video and I was first.
Oh yeah.
I was like,
You just like
what do you mean? What do you mean I'm first?
That's a real fan. There you go.
Gil just like stands up. He starts pacing
Appreciate it.
around the room. His eyes dart over to his shotgun. He's like, "No, not today.
Does not like my video.
Yeah,
like-
yeah.
Not like this."
That's good.
This week's video of the week goes out to Skibbity Toilet. You wouldn't believe this ANT video.
Once
right, okay.
again, Skibbity Toilet.
All right, so let's go. All right.
The longest video Joe has ever made. Besides like streams and shit, you know.
Okay, it's good that you mentioned that because I have streamed for like 12 hours once.
Right, right.
That's the
The old,
Travinki.
Yeah.
the old tutorials.
Oh, I streamed trying to get something in a video game and I never got it.
Oh,
You're right,
I was-
grinding in Travinkle.
Yeah.
Got nothing.
Jesus.
That stream was so miserable.
It
Is your
sucked.
you could clearly hear that you were gone. Like
Yeah.
your soul had left the fucking stream. You know, by that point, right?
Oh yeah, no, like
Uh,
6-7 hours in.
Completely dead voice. Like
It-
you're like, oh,
Yeah, no,
Like,
6-7
let's
hours
go,
in. I was just
let's
like, this is easy. This is a
run
baby. This is-
300.
Dude, what
Fucking hell.
you know, why do streamers complain, you know? Like this is simple, you know, like 7 hours in. And then like 8 hours in, like literally 1 hour later, I'm just like, I'm dying. Chekhov's shotgun.
Like besides that sort of thing. At least I'm pretty sure in terms of like an edited, scripted video essay. 2 hours.
Yeah. Okay, so I think Gil knows this, but you might find this funny to know, Shaves. I recorded that video like 4. Okay, first of all, that pause.
Yeah, I
Oh,
know.
that-
Well done.
Oh yeah, Shapes is like Shapes. You're like Tristan, in which you cannot pause a video. At
Oh
all.
yeah, Tristan glass reflection. Yeah.
Yeah. Cross perfection. If you pause a video, like a Shaves video, like you will always get a face.
Damn it.
Always get a face. Like
You
no
gotta-
matter what.
Dude, you gotta make this.
Yeah.
You gotta make this like a Discord sticker or something, man. Like this is
Not
This
this,
is-
one. No.
this is primo reaction.
I have
think
three.
I've posted like like Shaves Pog.
Yeah, there's 3.
That's 3
My
Shaves.
favorite is I'm just tired,
Hmm.
which which I think in my is just called AnyTube.
Oh yeah.
It's like an unamused face. Yeah.
Yeah, so to give a little bit of context, yeah, I recorded this video at like 3-4 in the morning. So
No.
so the reason why is because it's one of those things where it's just like you record the video and then you have to do another take because you find like a problem, right?
Oh yeah.
There's a problem. But the problem is because it's 2 hours long, you're like, oh, I gotta record. I gotta re-record a 2-hour long video. So, you know, it's like, all right, I'll start at 10 p.m. banging out 1 a.m. No, 4 a.m. Let's go.
No.
So,
God.
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I tried to record the encyclopedia video. I tried to record myself, and it was horrible. It was awful.
Oh, yeah.
It was so miserable, and like thank God I
I can
didn't
barely
end up
record
going
myself
through
for
with
a
it
minute.
because
I can't even imagine.
I wound up just like doing more like edits and like changed a lot and added stuff, So it was thank God, but I
Mhm.
can't imagine.
Yeah, I can't imagine at all.
Ugh.
I mean, I had probably again the worst time. Like the worst time of the production of the Death March video was just recording the audio.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
I hate
Yeah,
recording
that's too
audio
much.
so much.
Mm-hmm.
He broke it easily. I think I looked like at least.
And
in
yeah,
his-
you have to
his
record
main-
your face. You have to record, everything. Yeah, gotta put the camera on.
Yeah, I think the for the people in the stream chat, there's a little bit of video lore that you'll be able to notice. But if you pay attention to the video, I just slowly get more and more sweaty because I'm just like I'm dying.
Yeah.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
I was like I'm dying.
channel.
Fucking
The
hell.
next longest is the 54-minute apocalypse, or like Kimi no Nawa 2011 earthquake video, I think, something like that, or Japan.
I'm surprised you know that. What the heck?
I looked at the channel.
Oh, okay,
I
okay.
looked. It
I'm
was like
surprised
54
you.
minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna be like, what
Because
the
I was
heck?
like, dude, has he made anything this long? Like, not even close.
I'm surprised you know that. What the?
Yeah, the Japan Sinks video was a classic example of, yeah, don't worry, it's gonna be like 5-10 minutes.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh,
I told Cal that. I'm just like, I'm gonna make a 5-minute Japan sayings video, no problem, easy peasy. And then I made the big mistake of reading what the Japanese thought about that show, and I was like,
Ooh.
I gotta keep talking. Yeah, I bought the book and everything. It was a waste of money. There's a Japan Sings 2020 book that, yeah, there's a Japan Sings 2020 book that came out before the Japan Sings show on
Weird.
Netflix. Yeah, it came out like a couple months
Yeah, you
before.
didn't even I don't think you even mentioned it.
Well, I did, but I only mentioned it to complain about how it was a waste of money.
Damn.
Because I remember adding that bit in where all I left was a review saying this is too expensive.
It's a very classic Japanese review. Apparently, a lot of like the Amazon reviews is just like, this thing was broken, or this is too expensive, like, just, like shit like that.
Takasugiru.
Yeah, yeah.
That's fair though.
All right.
Was it Japan Six? I don't know. I just know he's never made something this long and insane. But for some, it doesn't feel like 2 hours.
Oh, so you got the screenshot after Steven fixed my title. Okay, that'd be good to know.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
Joe.
yeah, that's right. I do that a lot, where like a YouTuber will change their thumbnail or title
Oh, yeah.
after I take the screen cap.
Sam, like Ghost and I were literally talking about your video, Joe, like when you released it. We were like, man, we don't like this title. Because it's a good title. It's a good title for paper,
Yeah, that's
Not a video title.
I think I just gotta
Don't
pay
worry, I
Steve
suck
like
them too.
I think I just gotta pay Steve like $25 per title or something. Like he'll figure it out. He'll work his
literally.
ancient Gaelic magic to
Yes,
help
Irish
the algorithm.
magic.
I feel bad because I can't keep asking him for that shit.
The Irish magic.
His Irish magic.
Oh damn.
Kind of.
Oh no.
It kind of feels like 2
See you,
hours.
Richard.
All right, see you,
Hippies.
Richard.
Richard's mic died.
God
but I
damn it!
mean, in
Stop
terms of-
pausing, because it's fucking. You're right.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Not
Every
fair.
frame of painting.
like its scope and breadth and everything, with how dense his other videos have been. This one, I just felt a little bit more concentrated, not super dense in the same way. I think because he has some of the interviews with the two people he has, Lamar and King something, I forgot. He's a fighting game player.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Lord Knight. Yeah, hell yeah. Lord Knight.
Yeah, I think that helped break it up a lot. It's very similar to your the Lolicon videos.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, it's Alk is interesting. He's been
Cool
playing.
flank.
Hmm?
Yeah, I had like no idea who this guy is before the video, but I really like this section because it's like clearly he does think about it too. Like he thinks about
And
the
he was
game.
there,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
there at the time when it released and everything.
Yeah, so Lord Knight is one of those people where it's like if you're in the fighting game community, especially in the anime fighting game community, like having Lord Knight on is like a very, very apropos like guest. he is an evil finalist multiple times. Um, he's a very, very good fighting game player, like exceptionally good. And he really cut his teeth like playing in arcades in Japan. Um, like he just he just goes to Japan. He knows Japanese, and he just goes to Japan to play fighting games with other like fighting game like players in Japan. And so like Lord Knight is really interesting because the reason why I was able to reach out to him, and the reason why I reached out to him and like got access, is one, he'll always talk about Persona 4 Arena. He just loves that game. But the second one is that like he's that intermediary, that super interesting intermediary, where he's like the perfect storm in terms of like a guest that I wanted for this video, because he's super analytical on like a systematic level. Like if you watch the conversation I have with him, again, anybody in the chat, it's all on Patreon, it's all free, completely unedited. But like if you watch the way he responds to things, in the Zoom interview I had with him, he's very analytical. He's very aware. He's very like structural in terms of like his thinking and all of these kinds of things. Like when he says this stuff, like here's the thing. All of the things I asked him completely like he came in with no preparation. I forgot to send him questions.
Oh my gosh.
So he just came in and he's like, "All right, let's talk Persona." And so like when I'm throwing these questions, like he's just thinking this stuff up on the spot.
He's had these conversations before.
Yeah, he's really, really impressive. But he's also really interesting because he's super like well known in the like American like circuit and the Japan circuit. He literally has like a Japanese like fighting game Wikipedia entry about him and like his performance, which to give a little bit of context is extremely rare. Like Japanese like fighting game nerds do not keep track of American players unless they're very good. So yeah, it's great getting Lord Knight on, but it's
You gotta break the mold, basically.
yeah.
Those insights are really great, but he definitely leaves them unedited for the most part. It feels obviously there's some editing to it, but like they aren't tight. I've been doing that's not criticism or anything. Like this is for interesting, dramatic effect and everything. But
Damn, I can't believe Shave's here softening the blow. It's not criticism or anything, but not tight, loose.
I just noticed. Oh, what's that? Surely it's an artistic choice.
Yeah, that was that was interesting because like I did initially like cut out like all like the pauses and the ums and whatnot, but like it was one of those things where it's just like when I cut them out, like the jumps felt too harsh for me.
It is.
So,
It especially is. It's especially harsh if you're keeping their visual. Like you use them talking a lot. So if you have to cut, if you wanted to make things tight, you have to use overlay footage.
Yeah.
Like you'd have to you'd have to show something else and then like cut back to like an unbroken like of a clip of something that you haven't edited, like haven't chopped up that much to make it kind of look seamless and everything. But yeah, like again, not a huge deal.
But I've been making some featurettes for various releases that we're working on, and so I'm cutting interviews as well, and I can get the temptation of like some of these dramatic pauses in the way that these interviewees talk and everything, and it's part of their cadence and stuff. But there are ways to cut it. There are ways to cut things down to make the if they're talking off the cuff and everything, especially if I'm like a digest or something like this, right? Like forget it. That's why I don't even. That's why I barely don't even edit. It's unless I have like a big pause or something. I usually have like these ums.
Okay, I did not pause that.
No, I know.
I did not pause that.
I get stupid I get stupid. I'm self-conscious about it in this part too.
Fair.
Like a big pause or something. I usually have like these ums. Just like now. Now I'm blocked. Now I'm blanking, and I'm probably not gonna cut this out. You see? Yeah. No. Oh shoot.
Nah, like you
I
guys,
almost misplaced it.
like you both are incredibly brave to me to film yourself for like an hour,
Yeah.
you know, and just have this will be like, yeah, like here's me for a fucking hour. Like that's just crazy to me.
It's crazy to me too, actually. I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's I think it's like I think like the more you do it, the more you get used to it.
Yeah.
I know that there are some older videos of me filming, and I have like the most racist facial hair, and I'm just like, I can't believe I thought this is a good idea.
So specific. I wasn't expecting that.
You know, there's like some older videos.
Hirohito mustache.
You know, yeah, I had like the I had the mustache, and like I was growing out like the Fu Manchu, and I'm just like, this is a bad look in hindsight.
Wow. Nah, I'm just a vain
Bro, no one
person.
can claim you're racist. Like
I
no
just,
one, you know what? It could be like, damn, Joe, you're kind of racist with that mustache you grew.
right.
I don't know, Shapes. You got like these long flowing locks of hair, you know.
Now, these days. But I've been criticized of my facial hair before because like I pick at my mustache, like I just like you know I tug at it a lot, so it's very patchy.
I've
had
had like shit facial hair for until like 3 years ago.
Oh man.
My mustache wouldn't grow in.
I just really shave and everything, and I should shave more often, but it's just really patchy, and there's been some digests where like the mustache is only really visible or noticeable in like the front part, like the middle, so it looks it looks sketch. It looks very sketch, but whatever.
I think it looks fine.
At the moment.
Look, all right, I'm trying to throw you a bone here. You're just pissing all over it, though. Come on, man. You
I
can't be doing this.
appreciate it. I'm just very. Ever since I got it's, you know, when you get a negative YouTube comment and it destroys you,
Oh yeah.
you never forget that shit.
I gotta get
earlier. The fucking Joe has one comment, which is bad video.
bad video.
Bad
I was
video.
like,
period.
I was like,
Devastating.
all right, well, you know, it helped out in the algorithm, I guess.
Devastating.
Yeah.
Oh.
Psychic bad
damage.
video.
The guy
There's
knows
no
it too.
I can't get over that fucking comment. There's no criticism.
I think the thing
Bad
that really
video.
gets me is that like one guy liked it. One guy is just like, yeah, this guy knows what's up.
What if the guy? You can like your own comments.
That's true.
Well, it's true.
But if it isn't, it's like, yeah, this like one guy is scrolling through the comment section. That guy gets me.
That's the guy.
You know it's a red flag when like you see the because you can heart your own comments too. So like you scroll down to somebody's video and you see them in their own comment section and they're hearting their own comments.
Oh hell yeah.
That's when I'm like,
I used to do that because I thought that hearting your own comments will pin it up to the top. And then somebody was
Right.
like, "There's a pin feature." I'm just like, "Damn, it's crazy how little I know about this platform." I was like, "Whoa."
And I think YouTube just lets them float to the top too, because it says like, "Oh, the creator actually replied to this comment."
Mm.
I have to cut. It's because and I'm like crap. Yeah, but it was something I noticed, but that's not good. And that's being like, oh, that's padded the video art or anything like that. But it's just sort of like, yeah, it didn't feel. You'd think about like, oh, 2-hour pause and select video. I'm like, oh god.
What is the context of that? Oh god, was it like oh god? It was like oh. God.
Yeah, you know, whenever I like, the way I decide what to watch for digest is literally just my subscriptions. You know, so I'm just like looking through, and then I see 2-hour video, and you know I have the history of like
You're
when
like,
I
boy,
watch
I'm gonna have
something,
to
you're
use my
like, oh, I have
brain.
to that. I'm interested in that, but that's a huge time investment and stuff like that. On top of all the other videos I'm
Fair.
watching, that I have to watch all of them that day I'm recording,
Mm.
because otherwise, like, I don't want to watch a video days ago and then be like, oh, I watched this video when it came out. I don't remember anything about it, but I liked it. Next video, you know, like in order to remember it, retain any of it, I have to watch it that day.
Mm.
So it's always like a oh crap.
Is your guy? If they don't want you to heart your own comments, why do they let you do it, huh?
Uh, True, fair.
Fitting, yeah.
But it wasn't as intimidating when you get into it, really, because I just think there's a lot of reinforcement.
Okay, yeah.
And keeping the audience being like, this is what we're talking about, but what about Persona 4? And I was going to get back to this. And yeah, reinforcing various ideas, I think. When he says towards the end that, like, this...
Yeah, that was something that I wanted to like keep in mind the entire time, because I was like, yeah,
Yeah.
this is 2 hours. This is 2 hours, and there's a lot of like moving parts, and so like I have to constantly keep repeating stuff, so like it's constantly in people's brains.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially again with like when you're the stuff you're talking about can be kind of complex or confusing. You even kind of title one of the sections the confusing part.
Oh,
You know? You know, so it's sort of like, yeah, it's finding ways to making it clear and followable.
yeah, it's one of those topics that's like it's a lot easier when it's like written out as like an article. And damn, the likes went down to 0 again. I can't believe this.
Right.
But yeah, it makes a lot more sense as like a paper. But like when you talk about it in like a video, it's it's one of those things where it's just like the argument that you actually can make is actually quite simple, which is video games tend to be video games tend to be single player analysis machines. We tend to think of them on single player basis. When we talk about multiplayer, we tend to look at multiplayer as who plays it or how do they get good. So there's like very specific ways.
Yeah, culture.
Yeah. And so the question becomes, well, we're looking at single player games in one specific way. We're looking at multiplayer games in another way. Is there some irreconcilable difference that like makes it impossible? And so like that's why I had the example of like Monopoly, right? Which is like, no, that's not the case,
was
because like
good,
Monopoly
yeah.
shows that like you can actually do it. It's possible.
Right. You
But
can't
it's
communicate themes in a multiplayer game the same way you can with a single player game.
yeah, and it's and like that's the thing, right? Which is like I talked about it with Gil and Richard earlier, which is that like you actually see it a lot in like YouTube video game analysis, which is that like an example is like Dark Souls. Dark Souls is always like anytime there is an aesthetic or intellectual analysis of Dark Souls, it's always based upon how the single player experience is. You know, it's all about like
Mm.
these specific levels and all the lore and all this kind of stuff. Like, oh, the analysis of Dark Souls is always intellectual, and aesthetic is always a single player affair. But it's a multiplayer game too. But when you talk
Yes.
about the multiplayer aspect of Dark Souls, it's always who are the top PvPers? What are the good builds? Like it's very specific lanes that multiplayer analysis tends to go down.
And
And
that doesn't
so
even account for community analysis.
yeah.
Like it's one thing where the game itself having a multiplayer element, but then sort of the cultural surrounding the context, how people interact with Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom in a social, because there's no multiplayer in that game, but there is a sort of a social aspect in terms of what other people are discovering,
Mm-hmm.
what other people are building, and stuff like that. Kind of like so it ends up having its own social construct of sorts in its own
Yeah.
environment.
Like that's a really good point, because like one frame of reference for me, right, is like that you're gonna see that problem come up a lot in modding, right?
Yeah.
Because like the prime example is like Skyrim, which is that like most people nowadays playing Skyrim are going to be playing modded Skyrim. Some way it's going to be modded. But like if you analyze Skyrim, there's always like a canon to it. There's always a canon to like what analyzed Skyrim looks like, all that kind of stuff,
Yeah.
right? Like, and so it's a very different kind of beast in a lot of different ways. But the reason why I think a lot of my video is like very chaotic and disorganized is because like it's one of those things where it's just like this is a very simple thing to like claim, but it throws all of these like moving parts out at you because it's all like, well, why not this? Why not this? Why not this? Well, why can't you do this? Why can't you do that? And all that kind of stuff,
And it's
right?
hard, and it's hard to communicate that in a linear fashion in a video where it's like I talk
Yeah.
about this part first and this part first and this part, next sort of deal,
Yeah.
and building it linearly instead of approaching it from multiple angles at once.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because I had that because like I thought I did an okay job. I don't know if you'll agree with me. I thought I did an okay job with implementing Monopoly into it.
But yeah,
As an example, and one of the comments I got, sort by new. One of the comments I got was, "How does Monopoly relate to Persona 4?"
God damn it!
And I was like,
I love you, hearted bad video.
"Oh yeah, yeah." I think I've hearted
I have
every single
I
comment.
have my you should buy anime video. My top comment and the one that I pinned is just no.
Oh yeah, this one. I want to enjoy this, but you mispronounce so many words that I cannot.
Oh right,
It's like
that's right.
hard.
I saw you tweet about that.
Yeah, that one was really
I
weird. I
didn't
could
I
not
didn't
figure it
really
out.
notice. I didn't notice anything either.
Yeah, that one was.
To add on to what Lachlan was saying.
Video doesn't succeed in what it's trying to do or what it's trying to say and everything. Like in other words, it's interesting.
Well, we had mentioned to Joe in another call, but the only word I know he mispronounces tarot card.
Oh, what is he? Tarot card?
He said tarot, like he
Tarot,
pronounced like
okay.
the T, like and then
No, right, like
So-
tarot, right. Interesting.
So that was like, but I was like, I don't know any other word.
I don't
Like,
care.
mispronounced.
Yeah, I don't care.
Like yeah, and it's like who cares? Like why is that bad?
Maybe it is pronounced tarot card. Who cares?
Yeah, I don't really get why that like ruins
Maybe it's
their
pronounced. Maybe
experience.
that's what they call tarot cards in Canada. You don't know.
True. Well, then we have Joe. Didn't you mention there was a word that like you think someone thinks that you're the mispronounced, but you're like, I think that is how it's pronounced in like Canadian. Like there was some word. I don't remember which word. Is Joe talking?
I don't hear him.
I don't hear Joe.
I don't hear Joe either.
Oh, Joe, do your mic die?
One
Oh.
second.
There you go.
Hello?
Oh, I do hear him
Hey.
now. Yes.
Hey.
Yes. Hello.
I don't think my mic died. Give me 1 second.
Okay, I couldn't hear you for a bit.
Once again, my fucking paused face. God damn it. At least this one's a little more wholesome.
I'm sorry for pointing it out.
No, it's good. No, you're totally right.
I feel bad for live action. Like I don't take screenshots of like films and like Western like live action TV shows often because cameras are just not made for that.
All right.
Like you're not supposed to see every frame, you know.
That's interesting. That's a fair point.
So I take a ton of screenshots for anime, but anime is drawn, you know, like
yeah.
you know,
Frames and stuff.
even if it's
in-
on threes, you
even
know, it's still they
in-betweens are
drew that,
interesting.
you know.
Yeah, even in betweens are interesting.
Yeah, exactly. And like blur is always specifically used, and it's more like a smear, you know, and that kind of thing, and it's interesting in and of itself. And but like for live action, like seeing like the muddy like
There's a lot of blur.
motion of
like,
a
yeah,
of an
exactly. and it's
arm is like not
there's-
appealing.
Yeah, I have to take screen caps for a lot of film when I'm doing chapters for discotheque. Like I have to choose the thumbnails for the menu. for movies specifically. So that's sort of recently it's been a lot of like live action movies. So there is that difficulty
Hard,
of
yeah.
getting a shot that like isn't in motion, that's like that's not blurry and stuff. So usually you just have to you kind of just have to select uh close ups of like people's faces and shit.
That makes sense. Like where they hold on the take, like they hold on the shot.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
When they're not moving too much and they're not talking. But yeah, that's a fair point. I just feel like it looks like I talk a lot in this about this video, but I feel like I ramble a lot and like don't say shit. Where like I simultaneously be like, it didn't feel dense at all. It didn't feel like 2 hours. And then later I think I call it dead
I mean, that's fair. I mean,
like that.
um, what's it called? Uh, the I don't know. I think people want to me always like the point of Vanity Digest is that it's pretty like off the cuff. So like to me like
Yeah, I say.
you going off on a tangent, like I'm just like cool, that's cool.
Right, yeah. But like what's on my mind type of deal. As long as it's kind of related to the video.
Because I've always viewed like Digest as like I mean, while yeah, it's titled Digest, I've always kind of viewed it as like not as like a super like editorial thing. Like I've always just
No.
kind of viewed it as like this is what Shaves watched and this is what he's like, this is what
Right.
he thought of it.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's a
I think
nice
I think it, I
archive.
think it works like that.
Yeah, I think it's a nice archive too, just in general. Um, I don't think it would have lasted as long as it did, if it was scripted,
Hmm.
if it was actually tight or whatever. If I was like really anal
Oh,
about the
if you had to
editing
write
too.
on it, yeah, if you had to write it,
Oh my
yeah,
God.
like I already, I'm assuming it's a time sink every week, but like at least you
Yeah,
don't have to write it.
takes
Like if
it
you had to
takes my
write it and
entire
edit it, it would just take so much
right.
longer.
No, God. I mean, in its current form, it takes the entire day pretty much. I could always be more efficient about it, but then like I never want to rush it too much. I always feel like when I finish watching the videos, I always have to take like 20, 30 minutes before recording or even an hour or something because I don't want to like I don't know, I just don't want to like jump into it too early or something. I don't know because yeah, it's just being in the right headspace to record, right? Because like you're saying, like with me
Mhm.
being on camera for an hour, I can't be looking like I'm sick or miserable or something. Like I kind of have to be like in a good energy too.
Yeah, it's kind of like the
Talk.
streamer like predicament.
Yeah, yeah,
You have to
that's a
be
that's a
happy
good
go lucky the
comparison.
entire time.
Or a vlogger, right?
Right.
Or like my day is interesting. Like fuck it, like hell it is, type of deal. It's hard.
Vlogging is such a interesting thing because like I feel like it's like gone now. I don't feel like it's as much of a thing as it used to
It's
be.
certainly not the meta. It's certainly not the
Yeah.
meta.
There was at one point where like every big YouTuber was doing vlogs like
Oh
even
yeah.
like PewDiePie or like Smosh. Like Anthony had like a vlog channel with like his girlfriend.
Mm-hmm.
I
No,
remember watching
totally.
it.
I still enjoy Casey's videos. I would still consider what Casey makes vlogs
Sure,
because that's
but I guess he's a little separate from as a beast because like it used to be like a like vlogging was a meta like side channel content,
sure.
and Casey
Uh,
was like never like it was always a main channel stuff, right? Like
That's true.
that
Yeah,
was like
I
what he
just mean
did.
like he kind of instituted that entire wave, and a lot of YouTubers were influenced, and that's
Sure,
why it
yeah,
had such a prominence. But then, yeah, it wasn't specifically because he stepped away or anything, but like obviously ended the daily vlog, but then took a special sabbatical, and now he really just only posts whenever he feels like it, which I like the pace. It just makes him, you know, it makes me excited whenever he puts out a video, I guess, which is kind of the kind of YouTuber I like being. when it's special and comes out. It's like, oh, that's exciting. At least for the main channel, you know.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. I just had to. Yeah, my receiver died, so I had to use a cable like a barbarian.
Ah.
I use cable.
I stand by what I said.
Well, mine has a shit ton of fucking noise, so I can't not, you know.
Mm.
Touche.
I appreciate that as a long time viewer, but this like when he says is like it doesn't quite succeed and everything, and obviously I'm not even gonna try to attempt to like this is the video, right? Or like I liked when you said this because so much of it because it's just something about it with how dense it is and that I'm not just saying like as dense as it usually is for your vids and stuff like that, I guess. But I guess I don't know what I'm saying anymore.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I fucking talk like I just I'm just ugh. I'm not good at it.
That's how I can tell you like a video.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, is like when you start like you start like just going off like on a weird tangent, like a random tangent.
Oh yeah, that's fair. I always, because again, I mean, I know a lot of time the creator is watching it, so it's like I always want to make sure that I'm doing right by their video and stuff. But I also want to be like authentic and not just be like retaking stuff. Like, let me try that again or whatever.
Mm.
Yeah, that would come off as unnatural. Yeah,
Exactly.
I mean,
exactly.
you know, it's always said like some people are obviously better at than others, but like it's often said that like people are better at explaining or why they don't like something than why they do like something.
Oh my god, you're totally right.
So
It's
like
true.
I always treat it as like, damn, because you like the video. Because if you hated the video, like let's say you hated Joe's video, you would probably be a lot more articulate about why you hate it.
I
Mhm.
would have taken notes.
Yeah, exactly. You would like people don't take notes about why they like something typically because they're just
Yeah.
enjoying it. You know, they're
Yeah.
like, I like
Yeah.
this thing.
Yeah.
You know, it's no scam bully 2019 video.
No.
2020 video.
No.
I
What's
me
that
and
even?
Jaden share that clip of you.
Oh yeah.
I love that AnyTube
The Haikyuu
digest.
one. Yeah,
Yeah, the Haikyuu one.
I rewatched that Haikyuu. Not good.
Not good.
Nope. Nope. I don't know what, because like that I say at the beginning of that video that like, oh, I have to go out because I'm going out to some friends or whatever. But I'm trying to, you know, rush this and I'm trying to squeak this out. But then I just have all the time in the world to take a giant dump. Yeah. I just cut him to the core. I don't think I took any notes for that one either.
Oh wow.
But like apparently
was
he saw that
angry.
and didn't know it was me. I think he thinks that it's man mode or something because like man mode. 'Cause he saw
Really?
man mode's edit of that clip. 'Cause he edited
Oh.
like Dido or whatever, and put like Ray. Yeah, he like edited it and put it on his channel, and I think that's the version that Skamboli saw. I think. I don't know. I've since given some videos of his a best. I've liked some of his videos.
Mm.
Yeah.
Guess I'm talking nonsense. I see. I could kind of see where you're coming from when you were like, oh, this video doesn't quite succeed and everything like that. Because, yeah, I can understand a lot of the different chunks that are here and the confusing part and how do you navigate and parse this topic, the thing you want to say about this, because it's simultaneously Persona 4, television, fighting games, multiplayer games, Persona 4 Arena, and then bouncing back and forth in that way. and it's hard. I can imagine it was really difficult to find the through line of like, well, so first I talk about this, and then I talk about this, and then I talk about this. Easy, you know. But no, this is not a simple synopsis or character analysis. Not to belittle that sort of analysis. I did appreciate that you acknowledge hiding stuff and talking about like the direction a lot of this kind of analysis usually goes, and you choose something a lot more.
Yeah, that was that I had to watch so many Persona videos to get a feel of what the field was like.
Yeah.
And
And you took it much better because this exact digest, I was recommended this video by this guy that did like an Ava video, and it was an hour-long Ava video. It was like nihilism and something or whatever, and it's like, oh my god, you know,
nihilism.
Right? It was like nihilism something and something, and he's like, I've been watching all these other Ava videos, and I'm surprised no one's. Yeah, it was called Neon Genesis Evangelion: Narcissism, Neuroses, and Nihilism.
Ooh.
I'm like,
the 3 ends.
Right, and 4 if you count Neon. And like it's an hour-long video, and he's like, towards the beginning, he's like, oh, but all these YouTubers have made videos on Ava, and then no one's said what I thought about it. And then he's like, well, we have to throw out the script because Anno throws out the script at the end of the series, and I'm like, I'm turning it off. Like you can't just throw all the Ava videos that exist under the bus, except Bennett's old Ava video, because he calls it like refreshingly frank or something like that. I'm like, God,
Bennett's old video.
No, you're right. His old video. It was cringe.
Yeah,
I didn't make it 10 minutes in.
Yeah, that was so like this has always been like my core philosophy when it comes to like approaching like content in this way, and I think this is partly why I use like big words or whatever, and I like sort of style things the way I do, which is that like I believe myself to be like a person of general average like intelligence, right? I'm just like a regular dude, rolling rock beer.
I'm not an academic.
And yeah, exactly. And so like, I'm just a regular dude with like regular thoughts, etc. about media and all that kind of stuff. That sounded way more ominous than I thought it would be. But I'm just like I'm a guy with like average intelligence takes, right? And so when I see something that's not being discussed, my immediate reaction is not to say like, oh, I got one up on them. It's more like, okay, why aren't people talking about this thing? Because like when I was watching all of these Persona 4 like videos, I noticed that they have like very similar like paths. They're like either like these sort of like personal, like I grew up with Persona 4 and this is what it means to me and all this kind of stuff. And then the other side is like what is the lore of Persona 4? Like what does this Jungian psychoanalysis mean? And so one of the questions I had throughout this whole thing was like, well, why don't people talk about television? Like some people do talk about television, but it's often like an explanatory framework, right? Like what is the Midnight Channel, all that kind of stuff. And so my conclusion is not like, oh, I think I'm better than them. I came up with this thing that I just stole from Thomas Lamar.
Yeah.
My perspective is just like, they probably have a good reason as to why they're not talking about television in this way. And so I try to explain, which is why I had that whole section on like Furusato and like the ideology of rustic nostalgia and all that kind of stuff. I had that whole section on like Furusato, the rustic ideology of nostalgia, and I had like the why analysis videos about Persona are oftentimes like lore videos. And it's not because it's just like, oh, these people don't know how to do it. I think it's just like it makes sense why they do it, you know?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah,
Oh, for a
it's
second, bro, I thought, what the hell? My monitor was cutting in and out. I think there's a like cable tension or something like that. But I was doing
okay.
it at the same time I was doing a lighter. So I was like, how's the lighter cutting out the monitor?
Oh, dude, psychic power.
Amazing. It's Dempa.
Yeah, well, actually, I'm lighting a candle.
I'm being. What do you mean, you're a guy? What do you mean? I'm being very gracious right now. What do you mean? No, that's always been my approach. You know, it's just like
Dude, if anyone ever calls you like it's the funniest criticism I think of any criticism of you, Joe, is the word pretentious. Because
It's ironic.
because
Well,
if
it's very
any person
similar.
who thinks about your content, you don't think your content is that smart.
yeah,
It
it's
reminds
just
me of of Legend of the Galactic Heroes, actually,
oh
because that one's kind of that show is. I kind of want to make a video about this sometime, but like, it's funny how it's propagated as this elitist, pretentious, like stuffy space opera and everything. And the first episode, one of the first bits of dialogue is like, "Yeah, we're just one tail in the vast galaxy of stars. We're not anything special,"
mm,
you know. And
I've also
the
heard
show
I've heard
itself
from
is very,
there's
um,
some goofy shit in it, isn't there?
yeah, it has goofy shit in it. It's
There's
very
fun stuff.
self-assuming and like, just does its thing, um, and doesn't have any pretension to it. Even though what it produces and what people take away from it can be perceived as pretension.
hmm
Even when it's not, by definition.
oh, it's like the Epic of Gilgamesh. The opening of the Epic of Gilgamesh talks about the tales spoken before it.
Mm, right.
Talk about an old ass anime.
Yes, I was there when it was written.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Yeah, no, I'm super paranoid all the time. I'm super paranoid all the time about these arguments because like whenever I see an argument that like isn't being made, my immediate thought is like there's got to be something wrong with my argument because this feels like something somebody should have made. Like that happened with me
Mm,
during the Japan Sinks like videos. I'm just like people had to have made this argument. And then I looked it up and nobody was making the argument. I'm just like, "Oh, there must be something wrong with this argument."
yeah, surely you kind of like turn it on yourself more. I usually just get excited because I think of it, no one else has said it, and I
Mm.
get to be the first. It's kind of like it's too early to explore space, too late to explore the world. Um,
Just in time to
just in
make
time
anime
to
videos.
make this media analysis. Whatever.
Challenging and specific, and there's a lot of different aspects that are thrown in here, like the Porygon on the cover here, talking about the Pokemon Shock and what that relates to Persona 4, and you don't make any direct claims.
Oh yeah, what are your thoughts on that? The Pokemon incident.
I always like hearing about it because I always feel like I learned something about it. Um, I think in this instance, I forgot specifically what I learned from your video regarding it. I think actually, because I don't remember if Dongchang specifically mentioned it or if it was from here, but like it wasn't just that it was blue and red, but it was that it was like a particular frequency. The fact that it was 24 frames per second, but
Mhm.
broadcasted at a different frequency on
Yeah,
televisions, something like
yeah,
that. I don't remember. Yeah,
yeah. The 60
but
frame broadcast standard turned into the 12 flicker hertz, create the ghost frame.
yes,
Uh,
great. Yeah,
but then it was also like the times and the conditions upon which are being watched in.
Exactly. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. The time zone and everything.
Yeah, that was something that Lamar talked about, which is really interesting. That's he mentions that in the anime ecology because he goes through all of that, where he's talking about like one of the things that was mentioned about Pokemon Shock is everybody initially were just like it's that red blue flash, the red blue flash. That's what's messing all the kids up, and then like a lot of people coming out of the woodwork, up to and including Toshio Okada, the Oda King.
Yep.
And he came out of the woodwork and he's like, no, tons of anime before this had that exact same red blue flash. It's not the red blue flash. And then like a bunch of other people were just like, okay, it's the red blue flash plus the flicker rate. And then like they were just like, no, that was also in other shows. And then there's like, okay, it's not just the red blue flash, it's not just the flicker rate, it's the time. It was like it just kept building and building and building. And then like the main thing that Lamar was getting at it's a really fascinating chapter in the anime ecology where like the thing that Lamar was talking about was that like the whole thing, if you ask what caused the Pokemon shock, everything had an accounting for some other anime before it. Like it all happened somewhere in some other situation in some other
And
anime before it.
individually,
Yeah, and then so it
them
was just
together.
yeah, it was like this
And
perfect storm that extended so far into all of these variables that it seemed infinite.
well, it's funny now. A lot of these shows that do this flickering, even if it's not the specific red blue, and it's there's different conditions and stuff like that. We put seizure warnings on our discs
mm,
for some of these titles that have that flash. Gal Gaigar, a lot of Kawajiri's works like Cyber City and Wicked City, and Ninja Scroll and Vampire Hunter Days. like almost everything that he directed. Um, even we at one point when that Berserk trailer that I made, at the end it uses the title card, which flashes a little bit. It does like the black and white kind of like a little flickering.
Yeah.
mhm.
And
The
I
Berserk
used
flash.
it, right.
The
And
Berserk flash.
I used that and it was floated at one point like should we put a seizure warning on the trailer because it has that little bit. And our quality check guy was like I think it'd be fine. But it was floated at one point. So it's like it is something we take pretty seriously even when those examples are not as specific as the Pokemon Flash where like people aren't watching these discs on the same kind of monitors anymore. They're not probably not watching it in a dark room up close, etc.
Well, it's interesting because, if you watch anime before the Pokemon Shock, it's really interesting because like you'll see things that like it's kind of funny because like I was watching through. I think last year we watched through Jan and I. We watched through me for the first time and Jane for a rewatch a Yu Yu Hakusho.
Yeah.
The entirety of Yu Yu Hakusho,
Mhm.
and in it, what's it called?
Dragon of the
what's his
Darkest
name?
Flame.
Yes, he a signature move. Like
Yeah.
basically, there's like really strong move, right? Like it like comes around like in the middle of the show, or not in the middle of the show, like
Yeah, about the middle.
yeah, so yeah, at least yeah.
Like 40s.
Comes about right, and he uses the flash, the attack, and the flash happens. I'm like, Jesus Christ, bro!
Yeah.
I'm watching it, and I was like,
Yeah.
dude, they're trying to give me a seizure. I don't even have epilepsy.
Right.
They're fucking
Yeah.
trying to. And like Jada
Yeah.
actually has epilepsy. I don't know if you knew this.
No, I do. Because I feel bad because I make these great AMVs and they always have fucking seizure shit in them.
Well,
I
thankfully his has like receded. It was a lot worse when he was a child. That's like the vast majority of the seizures he's had were when he was a child. Thankfully it's like not as bad. So usually he just like he's good at like sensing it when a flash is going to happen, and then he like closes his eyes or like looks away.
Right.
So, and then that's pretty safe usually. But like I was watching it with him, and I was like, Jesus Christ, they're trying to kill you.
Watch out! Yeah.
It's crazy because you don't see that anymore. But it used to be so like abundant.
Mm-hmm.
It was
Before
crazy. It's
Pokemon Shop.
worst. It's actually probably the worst. I've heard it's the worst, like single worst in Gao Gaigar, which just so happened to be the same year that Pokemon was airing. And so
Oof.
like the last, I think it was actually, I might be confusing it with Nadia, because I think it was Nadia. No, that doesn't make sense because that was 90, 80, that was like 89. It was the re-release of Nadia, I think. But so I think it was Gao Gaigar, where like it was in the middle of broadcast and like loved doing those seizures, loved giving kids seizures. And then the Pokemon shock happens,
Dude,
and then it had to stop doing those effects.
it was like
we can no
they
longer
were
be art.
testing- Dude, they were
Right.
testing fucking fate with that shit. It
Yeah,
was gonna happen.
yeah, it was.
Like,
It really was.
like an anime was gonna give like a fucking 100 kids seizures. Like seriously, like it was gonna happen. Like,
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
if it wasn't Pokemon, if it wasn't the my king Porygon, like it was gonna be some other anime.
Poor
Like literally
fucking
was.
Porygon, dude. The anime has to pretend it didn't even exist.
Dude, it
Like
sucks.
the entire
Mm.
evolutionary line doesn't exist in the Pokemon anime.
It sucks. 'Cause Porygon's cool as hell, especially conceptually.
Right.
Like the
Same.
whole Pokemon is a fucking concept, right? It's literally based off like polygons, like
Yeah, like computers and shit.
yeah,
Mhm.
computers,
When I-
video games. Like it's a video game anime.
When I think about it, how many other Pokemon besides the Porygon line are kind of around that digital,
There's a few
you
others.
know, like Pokemon, computer type of thing? Because I wonder if that even
Rotom
affected.
comes to mind. But
Yes.
Rotom is kind of like
Well, Rotom's
he's
like a
electric.
ghost that like just takes
Yeah,
hold of
he's a
appliances.
ghost
like
and
a-
stuff.
electric, so he can
Yeah.
take the
No,
form of
I
like
see
a
what you mean
washing
with
machine
Rotom,
and
though.
shit.
Yeah.
I see what you mean with Rodon, but you know what I mean? But it's sort of like
I think it's yeah, I think it's
Sorry.
interesting that like in the diegesis of Pokemon of like these animals that have like these particular seemingly naturalistic qualities that like you literally just have like a Pokemon that has been birthed purely by the conditions of its like digital nature, you know?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
That like
definitely.
it's interesting that there's this implication that like if humans had not developed like digital technology in the world of Pokemon, like a Porygon would not have existed.
It kind of reminds me of like the logic of like I don't know, like something like Kamichu, right? Where there's like gods of washing machines, like kind of like that kind of logic. Like there's god of TV.
Yeah.
Like Kamichu is literally about Kamichu, right? Like the god of like middle schoolers, like. So it's kind of interesting, yeah. Like kind of the emergent conditions shifts this like naturalistic order.
Mm. I was thinking more on how the circumstances in a metatextual way affects the story. So like because this Pokemon shock happened, which is completely outside the context of the show itself, that actually affected the story and the world within the show.
That's
So
true,
now
yeah.
this
Mhm.
creature literally doesn't exist.
Well, same thing happened with West like a ton, right? Because a lot of like episodes of Pokemon are just like completely censored because of one way or
Well,
another.
well, just they simply didn't localize them and bring them over because they would have
Yeah.
had problems with bringing them over to the United States. But what I was going
Yeah.
to mention with that, what makes it interesting, 4Kids made choices like everyone knows about the rice ball donuts type of thing.
Sure.
But that was there's so it's really fast. I hate to make this whole fucking tangent, but like everybody in Japan, including Nintendo, did not think Pokemon would work outside of Japan. They did not think it would be a success.
Yeah.
They did not think it would be a global phenomenon. In part because it had so much Japanese humor. It had so much intrinsic Japanese stuff to it. And what the 4Kids guys were thinking was like, all we have to do is kind of like sand down that stuff, to remove all the Japanese whatever, not just for like an American audience, but for a global audience. So that way a kid in India or whatever can see that, oh, the kid turns 10 and he gets a Pokemon, whatever, like it's a universal story. And what I'm saying is that like the world, the actual anime ended up reflecting that later on. So you think starting in like Advanced Generation and Diamond and Pearl and everything, these you don't see rice balls in the anime anymore.
Mm.
You know, they realized that they should start making the show for a global audience because it is for a global audience.
Yeah.
You know, and that's why it became such a success, because in part because they were making it in such a way that it was relatable to a global, yeah. And so they literally changed the show because of the quote unquote censorship that they did um, early on. There was actually a good choice ultimately, because it ended up leading to their success.
Well, it kind of reminds me of like Four Kids is really interesting because I think people don't mention it, but Four Kids is like because people like because obviously like the topic choice of Four Kids is going to be like how they ruined something, right?
Sure,
Like how
sure.
they ruined it, like how they like Jolly Phil Donuts, like
Yeah.
yeah
Even though it's
yo,
not really, even though that's not really ruining it. Like
it
really not.
really isn't, and like people like but like it's interesting because like they're clearly the company was very interested in like the transportation of like Pokemon as a series and as a franchise. Because
Yeah.
something I read, I was actually interested in was that Four Kids acquired like a 3% share of the Pokemon company
Yeah.
in like the early
Oh,
2000s.
totally. Because they were totally part of the reason of its success.
Like they were they were like, we're gonna make this a thing. Like
Yeah, they actually took a chance on it. Like no other company wanted it. They had to put it in syndication because no network wanted to just put it on their television or whatever.
mhm.
And that they literally didn't want to give it a chance. No one thought, and that's another kind of, and it's interesting because like a lot of the anime fans back then, they kind of didn't consider it anime, really. They didn't even want to like engage with it in the same way that we would now.
Well, I mean,
Uh,
when I started watching um, anime, quote unquote,
right, right.
that was what I thought. I was like,
That's
like
a kid's
Pokemon
thing.
and Digimon, like when I was
Right.
like 13, I was like, well, those are kind of anime. Which is so
Yeah.
funny because like no, they're fucking anime. Like,
No, yeah. Well, that's
and
completely,
since
that's
then I've
completely
rewatched like
fair.
Digimon and Digimon Tamers,
Yeah, yeah.
Digimon Adventure and
I've
Digimon
seen
Tamers, and they're
I've seen both
fucking
of those as an adult.
immaculate. Yeah, they're fucking great.
I never saw them as a kid.
I watched them as a kid. I watched like I remember like I have a lot of memories of like Frontier as a kid, which I still
Oh
haven't
yeah, me
rewatched
too.
Frontier in
Me too.
Japanese,
Yeah, I pretty much
um,
caught Interior.
but like I would watch Adventure and like stuff like that as a kid, and like it never
Hmm.
made like sense to me. Like I wasn't that interested in it, but like watching
Yeah.
it through as an adult in Japanese, I'm like, damn, this is a fucking story with pathos. Like
Mm,
holy shit.
yeah, yeah. They don't do it.
And not
It does.
just the Hosoda stuff, right? Like
Oh no, no. I agree. And what's so funny? It's like the dubs. I've re-edited all of Adventure 2. I watched it subbed first, and then I re-edited it and did all the captions dubbed. They retain quite a fair amount, all things considered. Obviously not like to an amazing extent or whatever, but it's not too it's not too butchered, all things considered. But it is just the context in which the environment in which you watch these things. You know, you watch it on Jetix next to Super Hyper Monkey Team Hyperforce Go. You know, like it's like
yeah.
yeah, it's whatever. Like, yeah, yeah,
I think the biggest issues with the dub of Digimon is like what it does for the specific characters. I think
sure, yeah, like the,
like
I don't think they
it,
erased like divorce, but I know what you mean.
yeah, like some of the stuff kind of gets like the nuance gets flattened.
Yeah,
It
yeah,
tends to get flattened in the dubs.
sure,
Um,
yeah.
and certain characters like Mimi, I know Mimi gets like kind of treated like
Mm,
stupid.
hmm,
Like
I guess.
certain things get translated in a way where it's like um
Well, they
not
go out of their
like
way to make jokes.
naivete will often get interpreted as like just stupidity, like the
Yeah,
character is dumb,
they will sooner reach for a joke than they will take what's going on that seriously, or kind of go with like the standard
right? Which
line and everything. They're trying to punch it up.
makes sense, right? Like that's
Sure.
like if you're thinking as like a producer for like kids, right? You're like, okay,
Or
like
an
what does
80
the
art
kid want to
director,
see?
yeah. Yeah,
Like you're like, all right, like this makes more sense. But
sure.
when
And
you're watching it, it's like
it always depends on the show too. Like that works perfect for like something like Ultimate Muscle. But for other shows like I don't
I don't
know,
even know what
maybe
Ultimate Muscle is.
Kinnikuman,
Oh, okay.
the sequel to Kinnikuman Ultimate Muscle,
Oh, okay.
Kinnikuman Nisei. But it was for kids is called it Ultimate Muscle. That one is like, bunch of gags and jokes, and it's constantly like, and not just like 4Kids version, like, general Kinnikuman and Ultimate Muscle.
Mhm.
So much of the comedy is derived from uh, the announcers kind of riffing and like being over the top and everything. So it just works perfect for 4Kids as humor in that particular instance.
There are some
Anyway.
jokes like in isolation. Like Jade and I have ranted to each other in calls about how we hate the Digimon the movie because the Digimon movie is a amalgamation of 3 different things.
Oh yeah, they've
Um,
redubbed it now. The dub is not
mm,
out yet. We've screened it at Otakon, but we're releasing it. Um, it's the original cut, but then we have all 3 of them individually, like separated and
as in the dub
freshly
version,
dubbed
that's
as,
good.
yeah, like professionally. Yeah.
Because if you like the dub, like you should be able to just have like the move. Because like the worst part about it, the most egregious thing about it, is not like the bare naked ladies edition
Mhm. It's
music
been
choice, but
right.
it's been it's that you mash together 3 separate things that were never
Yeah,
supposed to be together.
they cut out like 20 minutes of the fucking Adventure
And
2 OVA.
like the Venture 2, it's like that's 02. That's a whole other series. Like that's not the same thing
Yeah,
as like
yeah.
our war game. Like
It was
these are
stitched
different
really
kids.
badly. They
Like
pretty
these are
much left
different
the
kids.
hosted ones. They pretty much left the hosted ones almost entirely untouched,
Yeah, and then
and
just
then
like
O
mash
two
the
is
02 in there.
like a fucking hammer. Ugh.
But there is a joke in the pilot, their adaptation of the pilot, where the driver, like this truck, like narrowly misses Agumon.
Hmm.
Um, and there's a joke in there that Jade and I quote to each other, which is, did you see that? No, I was sleeping. Oh, you were driving. I'm like, damn, that joke goes hard.
Right, it's shit like that. Yeah,
Like, I'm like, I could see their comedic wit there, but with a lot of stuff with the dub, it just gets so like mismatched,
yeah. No, totally, totally.
mangled.
I think there's a really bad moment in the war game where I think it's like, oh fuck, Patamon that says something about going to the bathroom or something. It was something dumb. It was like a really dumb joke. It's like a fart joke, I think. It's not good. uh, Wakadu.
All
Yeah, that's
right.
what I think of the Pokemon Shock.
Real quick, as you guys said, so 4Kids is the reason that the 2012 DS game Pokemon Plus Nobunaga's Ambition was changed to Pokemon Conquest. Um,
Wow.
I don't think so because I'm pretty
I
sure
don't
they
think not
actually
for either.
liquidated their stake
Yeah,
in
no,
Pokemon Company
I don't think they actually had
by that point. I think they
sold
like
by like
sold.
2008. It was like
Yeah,
2008 or 2010.
I
But I
feel
wouldn't
like
be surprised
2012 would be too late for 4Kids to have
any say in that. But
any say. Yeah,
not
especially
gonna
I don't think
completely
they did. They have any ever have any say in the game stuff. I mean,
no.
yeah, they had Pokemon Company,
They
but like their
actually
interest
didn't.
was the
No,
anime.
I don't think they actually had anything to do with the game. They only had the anime and a lot of the peripheral
That's probably all
merchandise.
handled by Nintendo, like Nintendo of
I
America.
believe so. And well, it was Game Freak, and then the Pokemon Company was actually established a little while after, um, you know,
Well, yeah, because
after
the
Game
Pokemon
Freak
Company
was done.
is a joint share from Creatures Inc., which used to be like
Yes,
HAL Laboratory,
exactly.
and then Nintendo, and then Game Freak. So like these
Yeah,
3 entities.
right.
But like I think like now like yeah, it'd be like Pokemon Company and Nintendo like
And they just
International or
didn't.
whatever.
And 4Kids simply,
So be localizing it.
from what I remember, 4Kids simply didn't renew their contract, and
Hmm.
it purposely, like they signed a contract like 8 years or something like that. Um, and during that time, the Pokemon Company was established, and they kind of knew that once that was established, it's like they're probably not going to want to like renew it with us. They're probably going to want to do their own thing and like have more control over it. so that was more than acceptable for them. It wasn't like it wasn't like they lost Pokemon. It was more like, you know, it lapsed like everything does.
All right.
In the way that I think a lot of essayists would
So
be.
yeah, I forgot we were still watching the video.
I've been staring at my face this whole time.
Jump on.
That's fair.
That would like way that I think a lot of essayists would be quick to jump on. That would like just make it easy, but it's based on a assumption, and you're not making any direct conclusions or assumptions because you want to be fair and properly sourced and not making these grand lofty claims that make you sound like an idiot, which I get. There are some people this is a free website. This website is free.
What is that in reference to?
Oh, I think it's just people on Twitter being, when people tweet random shit, they're like, this website's free.
This video software apparently is free. God. But then it ends up being that because of that, you don't necessarily draw any direct conclusions or direct things that like, this is what this is. This is the essence of it, and you're not making any big thing, whatever. And I like that you were like, even if you get 1 minute out of this, and then I can't even remember you finished the sentence. I can't even. Shit.
Yeah, what was that sentence?
What did you say? If you take even if you take 1 minute out of this video, it.
Oh yeah, I think it's like. Yeah, I think it's like I think it's like if you take even just 1 minute out of this, I think that section I was talking about like how media isn't just like one person looking at something, but like there's a whole ecology. It's an ecology argument. The idea that like the engagement with media is always negotiated like in terms of like a space. So like it's a thing that you see mentioned by Mikhail Bakhtin, the idea of like the dialogic and the dialogic discussion. Like when you come to an opinion or when you make an argument, you never make an argument on your own. You make an argument in relation to a presumed speaker, to a presumed other person. Yeah. And so like there's always like something in relation to, and I think what I was saying was that like like even if you come out of this thinking, okay, this is kind of a waste of time, like that situates you in relation to like another form of discourse where you're just like, I don't care or value about the things presented here because this is what I believe Persona and Persona 4 Arena is, whereas this is what it is not. So there's it's always that push-pull, and I think it sort of all goes back to that idea of like media as an ecology, as like as a space, which is very televisual in a way. Like television is not just like because like television is like weird, because like television is like it's like a quasi-public device, because television is not just like you sit down and then you watch TV. It's always mediated by rules and broadcasting, by schedules. Things happen during specific times. It's advertisements, direct advertisements, commercials. And then on top of that, television is also a malleable technology in terms of space. Like you could be watching TV with a whole bunch of people, and then you could be talking while that's happening, and that informs the way in which you engage with a particular show or whatnot. Like that's the whole idea. Like a watch party is something that's kind of uniquely televisual. The concept of like a watch party, that like, because like you don't see a watch party in like theater or or cinema.
Mm.
You know, like when you sit down into like a theater, the
Or you wouldn't
auditorium.
call it a watch party. Let's go have a watch party at
Yeah.
Providence Place.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean, Joe. When I rent a tired theater for my birthday, that's a watch party.
That's a watch party. But like with a cinema, right? With a cinema, like you sit down and then like there's a like a regulatory component to cinema that makes it cinema, which is that like, you know, you turn your phone off, you don't speak. The whole thing like has a hold over you. But television is like weird because television can happen alone. Like you can be watching by yourself the TV alone, or you can also be watching with like other people, or you could be like kind of watching, like half watching it all. Like, you know, you could be cooking or cleaning, doing other things while a TV is playing in the background. There's all of like these
Yeah,
potential.
Did you watch it on an airplane, or did you watch it like in
Yeah.
a movie theater? Or did you
Yeah.
watch it like after a shitty day?
Dude, I'm saying this as someone who has never actually been in a plane, but every time I've heard people like describe watching a movie on a plane, it seems like the most compromised way to watch a film.
Yes.
I remember that. You remember that one? Like it was like a tweet or like a letterbox review where it's like, I thought this film was Shin Godzilla, so I kept waiting for Godzilla.
Oh,
like,
yeah.
This is a really crazy. This is a really good
Oh, yeah.
romance story, but when's Godzilla gonna appear?
Yeah. The review was.
Some
the re-
Japanese.
Yeah, the review was he was watching some sort of he was watching like a J-drama film.
Yeah.
But he was watching a J-drama film thinking it was Shin Godzilla, and he's talking about how like 60 minutes have passed already, and he's like, wow, this is going to get real depressing when Godzilla shows up.
Yeah. It's like watching like an entire like romance film, being like, oh man, it's gonna be awful when Godzilla shoots up. Just waiting for the twist.
I remember watching No Country for Old Men on the plane, and there's the first Anton Chigurh death. The lady I was sitting beside, she looked over, and then she was just like, "Do you really have to watch that?" And I was like, "Come on, man, just." They put it on the plane. I'm gonna watch this.
Yeah. What? Bro, it's my plane ride, my
Yes.
plane ticket. I'm gonna
It's
spend
my
it how I
plane.
like it.
Look, all right, just don't look at my screen. Why are you looking at my screen?
Yeah, mind your own business. I mean, you're not watching like porn.
Yeah, I was watching No Country for Old Men.
Yeah, it's a good film.
Yeah,
dude.
this is
That's
art.
cinema.
This is art. You're depriving me of art.
It's cool art, though.
Yeah, you know, and I think my favorite part of the video was the chunk when you were explaining the significance of Japanese television, and not just the Thomas Lamar part of like, oh, television's the whole media broadcast thing and the two different aspects and everything, but more the like later in the video that I actually felt like I was kind of wanting this earlier. This is what I was looking forward to when they're talking about television and the main.
Oh, is this the wrestling part?
Yeah, or just
Okay.
the bulletin, like the way they solved the issue of most Japanese households not having a television in their home is just put it out in fucking window stores.
Oh yeah, the TV wars. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, that shit was fascinating.
that's one of those
It-
things that's like that's one of those things where it's just like it's I think I'm gonna call it the Stranger Things, the Stranger Things of early post-war Japanese media, where it's like it blew up and was like so ubiquitous, but it didn't last that long.
Yeah, and
Just like the show
well-
Stranger Things.
Well,
Right, which
It-
then made
it's
everything,
interesting.
every film and TV show had to be about the 80s.
yeah, I go into it with digest or with me explaining it, but it just clicked things into place for me. Like
Okay.
I've seen that visual a lot. Of like people watching TV outside of windows, stores, and stuff like that. And I always assumed as a naive child who always had a TV in the house, that like, oh, they were just there to sell the TV. But it's actually there for a more strategic purpose.
Yeah, it's so like it's so crazy because like that was like something that I've wanted to talk about for a really long time, which is that
Yeah.
like NTV, when they did that, they didn't know what they wanted to bring over. So the what they brought over was what they could get in bulk and for pretty cheap. And the United States was willing to sell footage of like sports, especially like combat sports. So like boxing was big, and wrestling was big. So boxing and wrestling were like the big combat sports, and people just like stood around like these small TVs out in the middle of public, and they just like watched. They just watched TV. Um,
Yeah, that's incredible.
yeah, it's crazy because it was only around for like, but like that was I was talking to Cameron Kittler on Twitter. He's like a big post-war he's like a big post-war Japan like wrestling guy.
All right. Yeah.
And he's translated a bunch of stuff, but like I was running like some of these ideas by him, you know, just so I didn't accidentally
Yeah,
say something
I'm not
stupid.
crazy,
I'm
right?
just like, I'm not a big wrestling guy, so you're gonna have to
right?
help me out here, Cameron.
Yeah.
But one of the things that we ran back and forth is that like I think it's really interesting seeing like how condensed this like time period actually is, because like a lot of like the you can see a lot of like sort of shonen like elements kind of draw influence from stuff like wrestling and combat sports. And so you think
Oh, yeah.
about the material conditions upon which a lot of these creators who would like really help sort of popularize this form of projecting
Yeah,
like
it
combat.
answers like, why do you think baseball was popular of all things? Like,
So
there's
like
other sports. you
so
know?
baseball was popular even before this. Baseball was
Right.
very popular even before this, but I
Yeah,
think
right.
TV definitely helped baseball like clinch being the number one spot.
Yeah.
Because like
I
the
think
Americans just sold baseball footage on the cheap.
that, and I think baseball happens to be very um adaptable for television. Like there's an added benefit of watching a baseball game on TV versus what they used to do. Like before, you think about like what going to a baseball game before television existed, you only had the perspective of the stands
Mhm.
and being in the audience, right? And so you're very far distance away. You usually really only see the back of the batter, and you see the pitcher throwing it to him. And everything. You think of the picture, you're seeing baseball, and then think about, um, seeing baseball on television. You actually get to see a much better view of the game,
Mhm.
and you end up it ends up enhancing the experience by watching it on television. So it's like, there's certain sports that it doesn't make too much of a difference whether you see them in person or see them on television, like tennis, for example. It's pretty much more or less the same view, no matter, regardless.
Mm.
But yeah, it's just something to think about with that too.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's yeah, it's really interesting. Yeah, especially considering that like all this stuff is like it reaffirms yeah, this is why I ended up putting it near the end, because probably should have put it earlier, but
Or like in the middle. It was more like in the middle.
yeah. The main thing that I just wanted to like stress was that like television is like a very public media machine. Like
Yeah.
especially
I think
like
honestly,
especially like
oh,
in
shit,
Japan, right? Like TVs are
yeah.
like very public things in Japan. Like there's you
Public
still
and a
have
sociable
yeah.
thing.
Yeah. Like you still literally have like the big TVs like all over the place, like with, And like I think that's like really interesting in Persona, because like in Persona the first thing you see is like the Taro Namatami Mayumi Yamano scandal, but it's public. Like it was literally like public TVs talking about this, and then
Yeah,
it transitions to them on the train and all this kind of stuff. And like Arena is interesting. I wasn't able to talk about this because I couldn't get footage of it, unfortunately, because Arena doesn't work unless you're on the PS3, but like matches in Arena are like public. And what I mean by that is that like you can actually, so this is like a quirk of a lot of fighting games, but like Arena was really big on this, where you can download other people's matches and watch them play.
wow.
And so it was like a very public kind of engagement. Like it was very like a spectator oriented system. Arena wasn't unique when it did that, but it was one of those things where it's
Well, I mean, it's certainly an added benefit for how much Persona matters in the argument that you're making.
yeah,
Good that it
it's
included that
it's
feature.
it's just one of those things where it's just like, it just made sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That clicks.
And the main part of it is just Japan's specific relationship with it, where it was these two particular broadcasts in '54 and then the '64 Olympic, the Emperor's Wedding, and then the '64 Olympics. I know about the Olympics. I didn't know about the wedding part. And then
Oh, hell
the
yeah.
rapid growth of like the percentage of people who had TVs in their homes from 1960 to '64. But the part that I did not know, and I'm like, that's really cool, is this idea of televisions as banners or bulletin boards, basically, or just like advertisements. They would literally, it wouldn't be too, because as a kid, as me watching this stuff from that period of time, I always thought it's just like Target, it's just like Walmart, where you go into the store. I'm sorry, I just chose those examples. Best Buy too, I guess. When they're displaying televisions, they have them on. They're showing you what it would look like. That's part of it. And nowadays it's just whatever thing. But I was like, oh, but back then they didn't have stock footage or whatever, so they just turn the TV on, and they would just show what's on the TV. But it was not necessarily. It doesn't seem like it was necessarily for the sake of selling televisions entirely. It was a whole culture of people standing outside the windows or outside these places watching the TV.
Yeah, the Gaito Terebi. Yeah, Gaito Terebi.
Right. And there's pieces of media that I cite here in this that I talk about here that I'm like, oh, that's what they were doing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's super cool. It's super
It's a cultural
cool.
thing that's like super like you wouldn't even think of it when it's so like it's you think like outdated in a sense, but it's not even outdated because this is something we do now with like streaming, right?
Mhm.
This is literally what we're doing right now. But it's more like it doesn't even come off. It's so outdated you don't even register it as an outdated thing. It's like you don't even understand what's going on.
Mm.
Like I completely misunderstood, like as a kid, what they were doing. I just thought it was like a convenient thing, or just something kind of cool, like a little ad, like again, like the TVs in Walmart or whatever. But no, it was more to it than that.
Yeah, it's that was the NHK strategy, because NHK, their plan to sell it was to like you buy the TV set and then you like paid a subscriber fee, and then the government footed the rest of it, right?
Wow.
And then so like that's how like the NHK broadcasting structure came about. So that was their plan, but the problem is that like only wealthy people could like get TV sets, so you only created content for wealthy people or like upper middle class people. But the vast majority of like Japanese people post-war at that time were not wealthy at all. So that was the NTV strategy, which is that like you get people standing around watching like these public TVs, and like the thing is that like you want them there for the commercials. You make your money off of commercials who will pay for like extra eyes, and And like the idea here is, okay, the question was, how do we keep people there? How do we keep people there watching so that they stick around long enough for the commercials? And the answer was you get exciting content, exciting digestible content, and it was always boxing, it was always wrestling, it was always baseball, it was always sports.
Yeah. Right.
um
Because you can hop in at almost any time.
yeah,
It's not a narrative. It's not a linear narrative.
you
It's
hop
also
in
exciting.
and out,
It's
and then you get
you've
to
gotta
you talk to the you talk to the hunched over OG-san right beside you, you know, just like, what's going on, who's
right,
gonna win, you know.
right.
And yeah, the book that I mentioned is a really interesting book if you're ever interested in that shapes.
Yeah,
Nation building television modernization by
that's right. I was interested in that book. Yes.
by Jason Makoto Chun. He's like a prof out of Hawaii, but like it's crazy the numbers. Like he mentioned that, I mentioned in the video, but like he also really hammers in the number. Tokyo's population at the time was 8 million people. 900,000 people. So the Rikidozan and Kimura versus Sharp Brothers tag team happened over the course of 3 days. And what he mentioned was that 900,000 people on average watched each broadcast. So like
Jeez.
1 in 9 people in Tokyo had seen that broadcast. So like wrestling was so ubiquitous as like a thing. And that was
Yeah.
like a pet theory that I can never confirm, but that was like a pet theory I kind of threw around with Cameron, which is that like a lot of like the shonen artists who would then go on to define a lot
clearly.
of the tropes, they would have grown up in that kind of environment. They would have grown up in that public wrestling inundated environment. And so all of
Wrestling, but
us,
also baseball.
yeah,
Baseball, like, for me, it spoke on more so, but obviously wrestling and boxing are part of it. Um, with shonen, it's a coagulation of a lot of things of like the best parts of manga. It's kind of like an all-purpose, broadest possible type of thing, and that's why they're so ubiquitous. That's why they're so popular. That's why they're so successful, because they have pretty much all the elements in one place.
mm-hmm.
But the real kind of narrative thrust that they have in common is that you take anything you want, it's ninjas, pirates, sorcerers, whatever, and you gamify it.
Mm-hmm.
You turn it into a baseball game
Yes,
that people can tune in and they can understand what's going on. There's delineated rules, there's a structure, there's a hierarchy, there's managers, there's coaches, there's a system.
yeah.
There's a tournament.
There's
you know.
always a tournament arc.
Well, right, but even if there's not like a delineated, like it's not even if it's not an explicit tournament, when you have a scenario going on, like, oh, the Shibuya incident, right? That in its own way is its own tournament, where there's a set number of players, there's an objective, there's we have only this much time before Athena dies from this arrow that she got shot with. We have to get from here to here, and there's these people in our way.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get any clearer than that. And it's not like a game, but it's effectively a game,
Mm-hmm.
right? Yeah, but it's sort of a combination of you just gamifying these stories that like Tezuka and Ishinomori and Leiji Matsumoto and Shigeru Mizuki, they all had action, they all had mystery and suspense, and like kind of they were fun, engaging manga, but they weren't gamified. The closest you had was something like The Strongest Robot on Earth, Astro Boy, and even that one's not as gamey because it doesn't have like a whole there's no rules, and there's power levels.
Mm-hmm.
People like to point out that there's power levels in Astro Boy, but yeah, it's shit like that, like stats and everything. It's all baseball.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, stats is a huge sports thing.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't think it was just even the one. I wouldn't imagine. But it was like a ton of them or whatever, and like all in a row or whatever. You see media.
Yeah, like it's like a wall of TVs.
Right, like a
yeah.
grid, like a 3x3.
Oh yeah, like a 3x3. There's actually a scene in Akira that kind of
Yes,
captures the vibe where he's walking past. So there's like that scene where he's like
exactly.
shot and he's dragging like one of
Yeah.
the and he's walking by the wall of TVs, and then immediately it cuts to like a dog like puppy treat commercial.
Right. Exactly. Yes.
like that. With the ones the examples I was thinking of was Ashino Joe. A lot of like not everybody has TVs in their households or anything like that. The jail has the one TV and everyone crowds around it, right, to watch the boxing match. But then there's various instances of people watching TVs through the store window and stuff like that out in the front or whatever. There's a really cool shot with when Joe's kind of wandering around and he sees all these TVs and stuff and they're all static and whatever. But then there's also, I mean, I think it's like a minor example, really, but what I just think of is Charlie and the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, the Gene Wilder movie. Charlie, as well as a lot of other people, diegetically find out through the TV about Violet Beauregard, through he just is like walking on the street and everyone's gathered around the television. He comes over and looks at it too, and or even I think The Simpsons or Fairly Odd Parents. I think it was Simpsons.
Yeah, that's something that like Lamar mentions that I think is really interesting, which is that like TV is, despite like the video being like a sort of more Japan centric, TV has a very like interesting totalizing cultural formation in that like early, especially like post-war, like when people just could not afford a lot of TV sets post-war. Just like in general, right? Like TV has this really interesting like magic in terms of like it's very good at like corralling people together, and then sort of it's a concept from Benedict Anderson called it an imagined community. And Benedict Anderson says that like imagined communities are made possible through what's called print capitalism, which is he's talking about in terms of the circulation of the newspaper, right? The printing press and the newspaper allows the formation of a particular kind of culture. When you are taught and think about world events in a particular way, made possible by the distribution of information through print culture or whatever, you start to think of yourself.
Because it's a shared experience.
Yeah.
Because it's like it's like when you share a meme with someone like on your phone, like they'll look at this funny TikTok or look at this funny tweet or whatever. There's a shared communal experience in that.
Yeah.
Or like I think after like the printing press, there's radio, they're gathered around the radio.
Yeah.
And exactly the same. They're gathered around the TV, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, and that forms the sort of like cultural bedrock upon which like somebody like relates to others in a particular way. Like I think the example are people who are really into the Joe Rogan Experience.
No, totally.
Somebody says, please turn off ambient mode. What? Weeb Crew. What? Who of the Weeb Crew is saying this? Is it you, Ghost?
Ghost.
It's Ghost.
Probably Ghost.
It's definitely Ghost. Moomy would never say this.
Is that on me?
Ambient mode is like the glow.
Yeah, it's the glow
around the border. Which is a dumb feature.
Oh.
Not gonna lie.
On the YouTube UI, on the interface itself.
Yeah.
I don't really get it. Actually, we're talking about interfacial stuff. It's supposed to like mimic a TV or something, like the glow of a TV.
Yeah, I kind of get it. Yeah.
Around the dark border of
a little
like
translucent.
the theater or whatever, like the kind of
right.
TV slash like it's a screen thing, but like it looks stupid. I don't know. It looks silly.
I kind of like it.
That's fair. I don't. It just
I hear you though.
or whatever, but like I feel like a lot of the time you would see a television, a lot of the time it would be through like a store window or appliance something, and not necessarily in a person's home, and that's its own culture and its own thing. But all that chunk of the video, I was like,
oh man, I think
Pause again. God damn it.
Shapes, I think you should. Have you read the anime Ecology?
No, I'm very underread.
You should.
Ironically, because I've read the entire anime encyclopedia instead of reading anything else.
I think if you're interested in television, especially post-war Japanese television, you should definitely read the
Yeah.
anime Ecology. Lamar has
I
a
want to read
whole.
Ecology and Machine. Machine sounds so interesting too.
Yeah, Machine is really really interesting. But like Ecology is like very. It's a little bit more scattered than Machine, but it's very
Yeah.
interesting because there's a whole chapter Lamar devotes to NHK's post-war broadcasting logic. Like the whole
Oh man.
way in which NHK like set up broadcasting schedules was literally to slot in elements of the what they deem to be like the quintessential Japanese family structure. So like kids
Oh
watch at this
man.
time, dads come home at this time, they watch at this time. The mom is supposed to be like cooking at this time, and like all the programs are slotted out in a very specific way to like literally shape the daily life of the Japanese family within a specific formation, specifically around television.
Jeez.
It's so interesting.
Yeah, and then obviously the broadcasting times and the scheduling and programming blocks reflect that. I really want one of the videos that I'm looking forward to making is about Toei's Majoko dynasty. So like,
Okay.
they originally started, they were the studio that made Sally the Witch, the first magical girl anime, and they aired it at a certain time, and then when Sally finished airing, she literally there was footage of this, but like they animated something like this, but I don't know if it exists. They literally passed the baton from Sally to Akko. Himitsu no Akko-chan. That's the next Magical Girl series. And same time slot, runs as long as it can, and then it passes it to the next Magical Girl show.
Mm-hmm.
And it does this for the next like 7 or 8 shows in the same time slot. And they create this brand called Majoko, or like basically Magical Girl almost, or Witch
Mm-hmm.
Girl. Basically, really, it's like Witch Girl. Um, but that and so like it's I would love to make a video on that, not just on like that stretch, but the fact that like Toei would continually revisit this idea to try to like they would take a time slot, fill it with a Magical Girl series, try to have it run as long as possible, and inevitably, for one reason or another, it's not as sustainable. It doesn't go on forever,
Mm-hmm.
and it culminates with Precure, where they kind of finally refined the formula, not just like story wise, but like um, you know, production wise, where it's like, okay, we're not really gonna get an original author involved. It's gonna be an original IP, and we're gonna kind of adapt what Tokusatsu does, and it's a completely different series, but under the same brand, Precure.
Mm.
But it's a different show, and it runs for 50 episodes, and then it's on to the next one, and it's a ritual basically. And they've been able, and so now it's the longest running Magical Girl franchise by a country mile, because it's not one series; it's multiple. It's like Super Sentai or Kamen Rider, which is a franchise, but they're all individual shows with their own writers, characters, settings, powers, everything.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the same structure and everything. It's sort of so it'd be a video about how they've developed that and refined that over the decade since they started Magical Girls, reinvented it with Sailor Moon, and then completely perfected it and refined it with Precure, pretty
Hell
much.
yeah. Hell yeah. You heard it here, folks. Sneak peek at the latest Caribou Coon
It
project.
might not be the latest because new video comes out tomorrow, and that's something completely different. But
Hell
then
yeah. You heard it here, folks.
that's right. Get ready.
Pre-scheduled
It'll be
info
out in like
release.
it'll probably be out in like 7 hours. I'm probably releasing it early in the morning.
Hell yeah. You heard it here, folks. Very specific hour publication on the next Caribou Coon video. Only here at
We
the
have
at the
nice people
Select
on
and Pause
board.
live stream. Hey, you talk some
Isn't it?
Deleuze. Oh yeah, sorry.
Well, it's been great conversation. But I still haven't eaten dinner, so I'm gonna leave
Mm.
All right,
Eat dinner.
and make something to eat. So see you guys later.
all right.
Yes,
See ya.
me.
Bye bye. Good talking to you. Good stream.
Thanks.
Hey, you talk some Deleuze and Foucault thing on that Persona video. Nailed it. Hope to get more of that terrain in your next anime analysis. Oh, thanks, Mila Nason. I am interested in the Protocol book of Galloway. Do you recommend it? Yeah, Protocol is a really interesting book. It's a little ranty, so I would say be careful about that. It's a little ranty, but it's not a particularly thick or difficult book. He talks about it in the context of like HTML, like he talks about it in the context of like websites. So he's using websites as the object of analysis here to talk about his theory of protocol. But yeah, no, I absolutely recommend Protocol. Yes, let's see here. I'm gonna try and get through this shape so I don't keep you here for too long.
Blue.
I
I was
appreciate it.
stuck to my television. No, and I just loved that discussion of the technology, of how it was kind of its own computer in a way, where the TV I have right here, it doesn't have cable. So I'm
You
only
point to the
directly
TV off
relating to it
screen.
based on what I plug into it.
You can see
On
it.
GameCube,
Can I?
because I
The black part on the left there that the whale is on.
Oh,
top
that's
of.
the TV?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was the same color at the time. I burnt mine out. But like, yeah, it's always, so that's the relationship I have with it, type of deal. And talking about the parasocial stuff. There's a lot of like a different, that could feel like that would like, it felt like their own video essays, I think is what I'm trying to say. That like, and that's what made it feel digestible, and not in a way that was just like something unwieldy like my 2-hour Girl Logon video, which are 5 20-minute like whole things, and they could be released as their own videos and stuff. This one felt a lot more.
I didn't think the Goran Logon video was unwieldy.
And like hard to.
Well, it's 2
weed
hours,
out, and
so.
there's sections. There are delineated.
I can
sections
understand
of
people
this,
being like,
but
I'm
it
good.
wasn't as building an idea or progressing something. Even the summary at the beginning that you have at the beginning, I don't think was super adequate to what you talk about. Like there could be a bulletin, like there could be bullet points or something like that, and there's probably something like that in the description. I didn't really look. There's obviously the time codes and stuff, but when you had that summary at the beginning, as well as a thesis, obviously, which you've done for a while, I was honestly thinking it's like I think what could help with the video even more with clarity and having people follow along. I don't know how unwieldy or it might this be annoying or something. I don't know, but I think if like before you go on to each section, if there was sort of a summary or TLDR almost.
Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, I kind of.
You know what I mean? Like before you move
not
on, be
really.
like, what are the things to like take away from
Okay.
what you just said, basically?
Okay. I was thinking of
So that
yeah.
you can, like, break it down.
Yeah. So what I could do is I could do I could do like a card that flashes on for like kind of like the
Yeah.
summary thing. I could do a card that flashes
Like
for
10
like
seconds or something.
well, I don't think it would be 10 seconds. I feel like 10 seconds would kind of mess up the flow. But I could like
No,
do
yeah, I just mean
like
like depending on like the if as you're talking and wrapping up your points or whatever, you're not like even calling attention to it. It just shows on screen. It just stays on screen for
Yeah.
long enough for people to read through it or whatever. But obviously freaking pause, whatever. But I don't know.
yeah, I can do like
But I know what you
I can have a summary card like every section I can do a summary card of the succeeding or preceding. I'll figure it out.
mean.
It's like 3 let's put down 2 to 5 seconds. Cuz then like if they want to read it, they can just pause the video.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah, I can do a summary card. Yeah. That makes sense. I can click a pause button, make it one frame.
yeah.
Because you watched it. It's
I've
at
done
the
that
end.
before.
Like, you know, this is a video. You don't. I'm not saying like endorsing. Like, people tap to the end of each section. Just Look at the points.
Yeah, I can do it that method. Yeah, I think it's because like the
Mhm.
next video is about Persona 5, and that's gonna have some really hard stuff.
Oh boy.
Um, that's gonna have some really hard stuff to navigate. I can already see
Mhm.
I can already imagine some of the comments because they're probably gonna be all like,
Mhm.
"This, you are overthinking this," and then I'm gonna
What
have
the
to be like,
fuck?
I'm like, no, not like this.
Mm.
So whatever. I
Yeah,
don't know if this
I think
really
it's
like
just, you
that.
know, breaking it down with enough examples and again the reinforcement and clarity and stuff like that. If people can follow the argument, you know,
Mm-hmm.
then I don't think it will be so
But yeah, I
crazy.
just feel like if you kind of find a way to wrap people, wrap up the stuff in this section of like what are the things we have to remember for going into this next day. Like what's the important bits, I guess, and it's all important. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in the video. I get it, yeah. But I don't know. I just think
I don't know, Shapes. I did put in that part where I just rubbed blood all over my face.
That's an aesthetic choice, all right. That's fine. That's okay.
think it could use that maybe, because again, I know I talked earlier that like this didn't feel as dense, but at the same time, it's hard for me to really tell back to like repeat back what I learned from this video. Um, I'm convinced of a lot of the stuff, and I was engrossed by it. But again, it's a kind of a similar. It was hard for me to think of that way. I don't know what it is, but yeah, maybe there's something to that where I was thinking about that. And I'm like, that summary was really cool, and I liked reading that. If there was something like that for, the Pokemon Shark part, and then the various sections and stuff, and I think especially the latter half of the video when it started talking about Arena, and I found that part to be, it ended up being a little bit more in the weeds, or just something that like you're very invested in that community and have been in that space, and there's not as much like breaking it down and specifics and
Yeah, that's a good criticism because that was something that I was really worried about too because
Hmm.
it's one of those things where it's just like what makes it
It's hard to when you're in it. When you're in it, it's very hard to be like, what's something a layman would know, and it's like you can't separate what a layman would know and what you know is so like because you're in it so much. Like
yeah
what's common knowledge, right?
yeah part of it is also like how does it like actually cycle back to the argument I want to make like
Oh, that's
so
true
like
too. Yeah.
for example, right, like in Persona 4 Arena, uh when you actually no, I think I'd actually talk about it in the game. I think I actually talk about it in the video. But like in Persona 4 Arena, like um when you go into like awakening mode, you have a defensive buff. And like that's something that's kind of important to know, but it doesn't like lead
Yeah.
to anything. So it's just like, oh, do I mention that? But if you don't mention that, people could be all like, okay, what the hell is that? But if you do mention that, you have
Right.
to like, how do I get that back into the argument somehow?
Yeah. It's tough because like I guess what I even just from that bit, me as someone who has no idea anything is like when you get an awakening, I'm like, okay, what's an awakening really?
Yeah.
And then you get a defense buff, and even just the defense buff, I understand what a defense buff is, but I don't have a frame of reference for that.
Mm-hmm.
How good is that, or how significant is that compared to like compared to
Mm-hmm.
something if you did it for like Pokemon, right? We're like, when I use Sword Stance, my attack sharply increases.
Mm-hmm.
I know what that is. It increases 2 stages,
Mm-hmm.
and a stage is like 50%, I think. So then, I know what it does in a mathematical sense because I've played that game and I've looked into it enough to know what that is. So when you say like it sharply increases, even just that, I know what that implicates um, in such and such ways. Just because only because I've played that game. So
Mhm.
defensive buff, I guess, even in just this instance, I just don't have a frame of reference for that sort of thing. Like, how significant is that? Where it's just like, oh, it's just a little thing, or is it a really big deal? I don't really know.
Yeah, that's the tricky part because it's just like
Yeah,
explaining
that's really
all of like what Arena does on like a detailed level just balloons the video, and then I get
exactly.
canceled on Tumblr because they're just like, it's another summary video. It's like, no, please, guys.
I get
You know,
right.
that's
Oof.
uh
I
that's
know what you
uh
mean.
that's the tricky part.
Oh,
And it's also
totally.
like one of the things I was really worried about too, which is that like should I actually like explain what the story of Arena is? But like I made the claim that it's not really relevant because most fighting game players won't play that story. Um,
Mm-hmm.
so that's always like a weird thing. Um,
Yeah, and I don't know if I mentioned it in Digest itself, but it's ironic, right? Because I I think I do say it in Digest because it's like you're talking in the video about accessibility of fighting games and getting people who are not into fighting games into Persona fans who are not into fighting games, and people who are into fighting games but not Persona into Persona, and their challenge of making it more um, welcoming and accessible, and how do you find that balance of bringing in those newcomers while also not pandering or scaring off the established hardcore fan base, I guess.
mhm.
It's kind of similar with your vids where you don't want to lose that sophistication and not necessarily needing to hold your audience's hand all that much. But at the same time, maybe that would increase um, more people understanding it and everything. It's finding this really delicate balance.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't
it's
envy. I don't envy it.
it's yeah, it's one of those tricky things, right? Because it's just like yeah, so like the next one that I'm going to be talking about is Persona 5, and one of the things I'm going to be talking about is like the concept of like a heterotopia. It's a Foucauldian term, and essentially literally just boils down to like, okay, a space at the same time being multiple things. Um, so I had a really interesting conversation with somebody today where they talk about the example, and I think Foucault kind of talks about like the example of like a graveyard. A graveyard is both an archive of like human beings, but it is also a place where you bury dead bodies. Um, so like it's all
Place
of
with different functions.
hmm?
So a place with different functions.
Yeah, so
Because
it's like different
when
things,
you
but all at the
described
same
it,
time.
yeah, okay. Because
Yeah.
when you described it, I was thinking something like um, a place in somebody's house that is simultaneously a kitchen and a hallway and kind of a meeting place and maybe even a dining room or something like that. That
Yeah,
has
that could work.
like multiple functions. But
Hmm.
graveyard makes sense because you're thinking the function, but also um, the meaning and significance, or like like its purpose, or yeah, I guess function also works too in that way because of archive as a function makes sense.
Hmm. Yeah, and
Yeah, I agree with making it simultaneous.
yeah, and so like one of the things I'm interested in talking about is like Persona 5 has a really interesting like mechanical application of like heterotopes. Um in terms of like how it's dungeons, what they're there for, how they function, all that kind of stuff. Um
Mm,
but uh but that's like one of the things, right? It's just like how much or how little should I like apply in terms of uh like heterotopias. It's always such a like a difficulty. It's always like how much, because like I never want to treat my audience like babies.
yeah, yeah,
Because like I feel like most people
because
will
you
like
respect them.
know. Yeah, like I feel like most people will know and be like, all right, guys, so like let's. But then like there's also like the threshold on what is a simple explanation is always
Hmm.
not only difficult but also like violent. And what I mean by violent is that like when you simplify something, you always make a claim on what you believe is essential about that thing. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. When you're clear, you end up being, there's no room for interpretation, which is, good. like
Virtuals Trackmania. I'll take a look at that, Mator. Cause like there was cause like in this video I thought I had a pretty pretty straightforward and simple set of explanations for like most of the difficult parts.
Yeah.
There was really only like one theoretical concept, which was procedural. Well, there's two theoretical concepts. There's interpolation, which I used the little cardboard bean animations,
Mm-hmm.
and then there was procedural rhetoric, which is which I devoted a section to. But
Yeah.
even then, I still got stumped because Econ left me that goddamn tweet on the Twitter, being all like, "This is too heady." I was like, "Oh, okay, this is still too heady."
Mm.
So I was like,
Oh yeah. Well, it's hard to find that. Like,
"Yeah,
yeah. Again, what is it? What is too heady and what is too poo poo baby? Goo goo gaga.
yeah." Well, it's so hard sometimes because like sometimes like one example is like performativity. Performativity is like a word with a lot of like directions and nuances, but like how you simplify performativity can sort of like signal where you're gonna go with it, right?
Yeah.
But the simplest way that like you could say is like, oh, you are being by doing, but like if you say it like that, it sounds kind of weird.
Right. Yeah, that's tough.
And then sometimes it can also lead to like these weird moments where it's just like, oh, are you being by doing? Like, what do you mean? Like I am like you are like a doctor or something. You're doing doctor things. It's like, well, kind of, all that kind of stuff. It's all
Yeah. Yeah.
just assume people have never read the book, have never read a book. Easy.
I've never read books. It's time to learn.
And anything like that. I think there was a lot more just like let it go, playing the clips, showing the stuff, talking about it, and without like consideration for the audience as much. And that just might.
Oh yeah, RNGG, dude. Leave a comment on my Persona 4 video, dude. Come on, man. What are you doing, dog? Don't you play this game?
Maybe it was my fatigue or anything like that. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not listening like you're being inconsiderate of the audience or anything like that, or being too overly technical or something. And I can't obviously point out any specifics. It just felt like around the time you were talking about Arena, there's something about that part where it's just like, I'm really lost. but I do. One thing I do remember that I just thought of is the accessibility part. You're talking about the media mix of it and the point of it, and getting it, getting fighting game players into Persona at the same time of getting Persona people into fighting games and stuff like that. And how do you? Because you're making kind of a niche product at that point. So how do you find that balance, I guess? And there's certain sticky points that were really good, like really good visualizers and stuff. Like I like the point, the contrast with Japanese players, because they get it early. They have all these arcade units and they all live closer together, so they have more of a community and conversing with each other. Versus the communication structures are much different in the United States, and they get it later. So there's usually a gap, oftentimes, but there wasn't as much of a gap in Persona 4 Arena because it was released earlier. And so visualizations like that, the way you showed it, of course, but stories like that being a little easier to follow, I guess. Yeah, and I don't know. I think throughout it was also just like a real joy to watch, just not just for the production values, which are always as stunning and solid as ever, but economic too. I like that there wasn't too much in the way of like, oh fuck you, Joe, in terms of like his like mind blowing idea or visual and stuff like that, and be like, how do you get that shot or whatever. There really isn't as much as that. It's just a lot of clever and like appealing ways to show Zoom footage, for example, or Discord calls, however you ended up doing that, showing that as a screen and having it in different there's just like really smart choices rather than like ambitious wow fuck you type of like flexing. There is as much flexing in this video, I don't think. And I also appreciate that there's more injecting more of your humor, kind of dry wit. I just thought it'd be funny to say, and that's why I said it. But like the stuff that you have in your sketches and stuff that you've posted occasionally, and they've showed up in your videos. It's not like a completely new thing, but yeah, it was just like there were more of that injected into this video.
Fun story. I actually did spend a week on a Greyhound bus to go to Evo.
I believe it. I believe you.
It sucked.
Yeah.
It sucked.
Yeah. Apparently. Good lord.
It sucked. And the people I called on that bit actually were the people I went on with.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh man.
I think, which
Feel
worked
accurate
really well.
reactions.
Yeah, it was a joy to watch, as all your videos are. But then, yeah, it makes me wonder, makes me think. And I always love and respect that. Thank you so much. This was wonderful. That'll do it for this installment, Vane.
All right.
Yay.
Yeah. Sorry I had you here for so long.
Oh no, you're good.
Yeah,
Oh,
this
wonderful. This was a lovely surprise.
This was a lot of good feedback. Yeah, I'll think about how I'm going to do like the summary frame stuff.
Yeah. And I mean that goes in part with your scripting as well, with you keeping that in mind. Whereas like if it ends up being like you're writing the whole paragraph and stuff, and it comes time to making the summary and your break, it's like, okay, how do I break this down into like a tweet? You know, because that brevity for me has ended up being really useful with these videos I've been making lately. And the one I'm putting out tomorrow or today, I guess. I wrote it to the song that I'm editing with. Like I chose one song and wrote the script around that song. So like when it gets to this part of the song, this part of my sentence is done, or you know, like this paragraph is only this long, so I can say it within this period of time.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just to create. Well, you know, it makes it like a fun kind of like AMV almost type of thing, where it is a lot more tighter and everything. But it also just like helps with my brevity, because I just fucking go and go and go and go and go with my writing, and it just becomes very unwieldy to make once you actually have to make. I'm like, oh right, I have to make this a video. Fuck.
That is interesting. Writing to a song.
Yeah, it's a really interesting challenge. I've done it twice so far. It's kind of like tweeting, right? With like having a certain character count, except you also have to consider like being able to say it within a period of time. And just it ends up leading to more condensed videos. Like they have to be a lot more they have to be a lot more like tweets where they're very sensational and you know, flashy, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
But they're fun.
All right. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, totally. Thank you so much for having me. I'm gonna go to bed now. It's
Yeah.
3 a.m.
Yeah, have fun.
for me. All right. Thanks so much, man.
All right.
Yo, peace.
Okay. Yeah, I think we got everything. Let's take a look and see the comments one last time. See my 8.4. Wow. We did it. 8.4. Yeah, good stuff. Have we gotten a lot more like comments since 157? I think that's like what, one more comment. Let's see what we got. Really enjoyed the analysis for the source of all my fighting game wars. 10 out of 10 videos, 0 out of 10 having the block Zeodyne. Oh yeah, dude, Zeodyne is insane. What a goofy super. Zeodyne is such a like insane super. Especially if you come across a Narukami with like 100 like meter, and then it's just like RNGG, have you played Persona 4 Arena? Like when you fight against like Narukami and then they do Zeodyne and then they one more cancel and then you just have to guess because you can't figure out if they're gonna go high or low. Like I'm not talking about Ultimax, I'm talking about the original Arena where Narukami had like busted Oki. All of it off a block DP. Oh, you didn't do the dash? You gotta do the dash, dude. What you gotta do is you gotta dash the Narukami DP, and then you think you're so clever, and then he lands anyways, and then the Zeodyne input turns into a cross slash, and you just eat the cross slash. Right. Anyhow. PS3 delay base. Anyhow, thanks everybody for showing up. Yeah, I think it is time for me to go to sleep. It has been a good 4 hours. Wow, that 4 hours kind of flew by pretty fast, I think. Yeah, so it's been 4 hours. I'm going to go to sleep. Hope everybody has a nice night. Thanks for showing up.